Yeah, but here with this on.
Okay. Up in the upper corner, there is an indication that we are being recorded. Good morning. My name is Jerry Baker, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College. I will be serving as the hearing officer for today's hearing. This hearing is being held in accordance with Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia Policy Section 4.6.5 for standards for institutional student conduct investigation and disciplinary hearings with a single decision maker. The hearing will be recorded. This hearing has been called to adjudicate sexual misconduct allegations made by complainant Bethany Rentz against respondent John Vanzo. Formal judicial rules of evidence do not apply to the resolution process, and the standard of evidence shall be a preponderance of the evidence. The parties have the right to be present during the entire hearing, including the examination of all witnesses. It is a function of the hearing officer to serve as a neutral decision maker and to hear and review all pertinent facts of this case in order to determine whether a policy violation has occurred. The hearing officer will be able to question any witnesses or participant, questions from respondent to the complainant, complainant to the respondent, and for opposing witnesses are asked by the party's advisor. As a hearing officer, I will limit questions only if they are unrelated to determining the veracity of the charges. If a question is deemed unrelated, I will document the reason for not permitting the question. This is a change from what I told you the other day when we visited. I was informed earlier that the questions would be sent to me through chat or email or some way, and I would read the questions. Yesterday afternoon, the attorney told me no, that each of the advisors will ask the questions when we get to that portion. As parties to this matter, the complainant and respondent have the opportunity to use an advisor of the party's choosing. The complainant is joined today by her advisor, Aleyna Rentz. The respondent is joined today by his advisor, Angela Vanzo. Advisors may only actively participate in the hearing during the cross-examination portion of the hearing. Otherwise, your participation is reserved to providing advice, support, and counsel to your party. During cross-examination, the advisor will be able to question any witnesses or participant directly on behalf of the appropriate party. As stated, the hearing officer, I will limit questions only if they're unrelated to determining the veracity of the charges. If a question is deemed unrelated, I will document the reason for not permitting the question. The hearing officer has reviewed the final investigation report that was previously issued to both parties. Relevant facts or evidence that were not known or knowable to the parties prior to the issuance of the final investigative report will be admissible during the hearing. The admissibility of any facts or evidence which were not submitted during the investigation shall be determined by the hearing officer in order to ensure that both parties have an equal opportunity to present and respond to witnesses and other evidence not previously submitted. Each participant today, including the parties, advisors, and institutional officials, are expected to act in a manner that promotes dignity and decorum throughout the hearing. Participants are expected to be respectful of others at all times. The institution reserves the right to remove any participant from the hearing environment if the participant refuses to adhere to these established rules of decorum. If at any time a participant needs to take a break, they should notify me directly. To begin the hearing, each party will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. Following opening statements, we will move to the questioning of parties and witnesses. As a reminder, advisors may only actively participate in the hearing during the cross-examination portion of the hearing. Otherwise, your participation is reserved to providing advice, support, and counsel to your party. If I determine the question to be relevant, the advisor will be permitted to ask the question. After questioning of the parties and witnesses have concluded, we will hear closing statements of the parties before concluding the hearing. Are there any questions before we begin? All right. I did distribute with the invitation of this an order and proposed times. You know, if I've tried to set it up to where we'll have enough time, and hopefully if we start to run long, we'll just have to notify those that might be in the waiting room that we're a little bit longer than we had anticipated. If we run faster than what's on the schedule, if the person is in the waiting room, I'll go ahead and move them in so we can keep the process going. So with that said, I think the first opening statement will be from the complainant, and this will be from Bethany herself. So Bethany, you may unmute and begin your opening statement.
I want to begin by thanking the hearing officer for being here today and for being so patient with me throughout this process. My name is Bethany Rentzes, and I've just concluded my freshman year at ABAC. Just as Dr. Christine Blasey Ford said in her 2018 testimony to the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm not here today because I want to be. I'm terrified to be here, but I am here because I believe it is my duty as a student, a citizen, and a woman to be here. No amount of fervor in the news could have persuaded me into going through this process. Just like the girls and women in the news, I have received no glory from pursuing this. There is no fame or recognition for being here today or from participating in this process for the last 2.5 months. I began attending ABAC in August 2020. The second class of my college career was an American government class taught by the respondent. After a few weeks, I realized that we shared many of the same views and ideals. Getting along with the respondent was not difficult for me, and I genuinely enjoyed attending his class. But a comment made on November 9th, 2020 changed this for me, even if the change was not immediate. I was sitting in the respondent's American government class in the second seat of the second row in the classroom. The lecture that day involved a discussion about racial and gender discrimination in the workplace. From what I can remember and from what I wrote down that day, the respondent pointed to a Black female student in front of me as an example of racial discrimination, saying something along the lines of, "I don't want to hire a Black person." The class understood this was not a racist comment, but merely an example of what a racist business owner might say. He then said something close to, "I want to hire a pretty little white girl. My customers would rather have a pretty little white girl working the cash register." Though his point had been made for both forms of discrimination, the respondent turned to me and said, "I want to hire a pretty little white girl. What business wouldn't want a pretty little white girl working the cash register? I want to hire a pretty little white girl." I was caught off guard and nervously replied, saying, "Thanks," though more in the form of a question. He replied, "Yeah, I mean, look at her. She's hot. I'd be sexually harassing her the minute she walked in." I didn't know how to respond to this comment. I felt the comment was uncomfortable and odd, but I had never had a male professor prior to the fall 2020 semester. I thought that this was normal professor behavior. I didn't know any better. In February 2021, while I was enrolled in the respondent's human geography course, I read and watched on the news as a politician, one I admired and respected, was being accused of sexual harassment. Though I can't remember exactly which allegation was being broadcast at that time, I remember being instantly reminded of the comment made to me in November 2020. At that moment, I had no intention of filing a report. As I said, I was under the naive impression that the comment was only normal behavior for a professor. But the comment began to cause my concentration in school to falter, and I decided to approach another professor whose class I was also enrolled in for the spring 2021 semester.
Excuse me, Bethany. Could you speak a little, maybe slower, or I'm having trouble picking up some of your words. I'm sorry.
For advice on regaining focus or doing well in school despite consistent anxiety. I sat down with my English professor, Dr. Webb, to discuss it. We spoke on March 2nd, just after our English class ended. In our meeting, I told him a professor said something to me last semester that I think might be considered sexual harassment. He did not ask me for the name of the professor, nor did he ask what the comment was. I told him the comment was causing me to lose focus, and I wanted to ask if he had any study tips or advice. Instead, he only encouraged me to report it. The situation called for more than advice on studying. He provided me with the names of counselors and others who could help, including Spencer Stewart, Trinity Anderson, and Dr. Pertilla. I emailed Mr. Spancake on March 5th to schedule a meeting, and I emailed Dr. Pertilla as well. I spoke with Dr. Pertilla on Monday, March 7th to officially file the report. When I first made a complaint to Dr. Webb about this, I was oblivious to the ramifications and effects of what was said to me in November 2020. I knew that what was said was sexual harassment, but I didn't want to admit it. I wanted to protect the respondent and keep him from viewing me as melodramatic or unnecessarily indignant. I knew the comment necessitated some form of disciplinary action, but I was terrified to admit it. I couldn't bear thinking about reporting a professor whose class and lectures I enjoyed and who I got along with rather well. I ultimately went through the report, and it was at
We've lost you, Bethany. Bethany, you're froze.
She probably needs to tab or something.
Who's in the waiting room?
Do you see that?
no, I don't see it, but
Okay, let's see. Still not hearing you, Bethany. Let's see. You're still frozen, Bethany.
can you still hear me?
Okay, you're moving again, at least, Bethany. So on my screen, you're moving. So maybe you can start again or start where you left off.
Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, you're a little soft.
Okay. I'll try to speak up.
Okay.
After I filed the report, I began feeling extremely anxious about returning to the respondent's class on Monday, March 8th. The notice of investigation had not been sent out yet, and my name was not known to the respondent yet, but I began to fear what may happen when he did find out it was me. Monday, March 8th ended up being my last day in a respondent's class. My counselor, Trinity Anderson, recommended I leave the respondent's class for my own well-being. I hesitated to leave the course because it was a requirement for my major, and I was told there was a chance he would not find out I filed the report. However, I decided I should leave the human geography course due to the anxiety I was experiencing. I was officially removed on Tuesday, March 9th. Matthew Anderson notified me at 9:18 a.m. that day that my schedule will be changed officially by the end of the day, and the notice of investigation was also sent on Tuesday, March 9th at 9:18 a.m. Aside from telling my two professors, my family, and a close friend about the investigation, I told no one else about the comment or that it resulted in an investigation and hearing. I did not want people on campus to know because I did not want to be seen or treated differently. However, the respondent, per recordings provided by my sister during his human geography course, made remarks alluding to the investigation. During my other professor's critical thinking class, a student behind me who was in the respondent's class when he informed them of the complaint asked my sister, "Who do you think complained about him?" To keep my identity confidential, my sister said, "I have no idea." Other students in the class heard the student and they began asking him about it, asking questions like, "What are you talking about? Complained about who? Who do you think did it? What would they have complained about?" I was sitting directly in front of these students during this conversation. One of my classmates also overheard a female student talking to another student about how she knew the respondent was in trouble. The classmate's description of the girl did not match that of any female student in the human
You're frozen again.
any reason to believe the
It looks like you're muted now, Bethany.
Can you still hear me okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This gives me reason to believe that the respondent has possibly mentioned to each of his classes that he received the complaint or is in some form of trouble with the school. I made sure not to tell any ABAC student for my own comfort and protection on campus. As I have said, aside from when I first spoke to Dr. Webb about it, I had no intention of reporting this comment. The process of retelling the story frequently and filing the report has taken a heavy toll on my mental state and impaired my concentration in school. I would not put myself in the mental torment of this investigation just because I was caught up in the fervor of national sex scandals. I would not have reported this comment if I did not believe it was warranted. I had no intention of including the witnesses who shared their own experiences that contributed to the investigator's recommendation for discipline. I was under the impression that my report alone would be the subject of the investigation, not that of others. I was unaware that they would end up reporting their own experiences. As I said to Counselor Anderson, the idea of termination was actually a great fear I had going into this. Dr. Webb, the professor I spoke to, made me aware that the comment would not result in termination unless they found it to be that severe. I did not know the investigator's recommendation would be termination. My goal was to protect myself and other students from suffering from the same behavior again. If I may, I would like to address the respondent's statement in the final investigation report directly. I want to first inform the respondent that my physical appearance is not a teaching example. It is inexcusable and audacious to assume that my sitting in the second row of his class implies consent to become such an example. I do not believe the provided context on the respondent's Commerce Clause lecture excuses his comment about me. In the statement, he says, quote, "Don't tell anyone, but I don't want to hire a Black person." In the class in question, it happened to be a Black female I first.
Breaking up.
I'm sorry?
Repeat that. You were breaking up a little bit.
I'm sorry. I said I don't believe the provided context on the respondent's Commerce Clause lecture excuses his comment about me. In the statement, he says, quote, "Don't tell anyone, but I don't want to hire a Black person." In the class in question, it happened to be a Black female I first pointed to. You know, I'm not prejudiced or anything, but it's just that my customers don't want a minority person behind the counter. My customers would prefer to see a pretty little white girl behind the counter. Yeah, I think I'm going to just hire a white girl. I'm not going to even consider hiring a Black person for the job. I let that sink in for a moment, then I point to another student, the white female closest to the minority applicant, who just happened to be Bethany, end quote. After this, the respondent referred to me as someone who was so hot he'd be sexually harassing me the minute I walked in. But before the moment where he pointed to me, he had already made his point about hiring an attractive white girl. There was no need to further this or use me as an example. Whether or not he made this comment as a businessman character, the words, ideas belong to him. This is not excused or protected by a false Southern accent and a character. He made no effort to comment on the Black student's appearance other than her race. His point on gender discrimination had been made before he pointed at me. I'm not completely surprised to know that he does not believe his words could elicit a trauma response, especially if he believes the words were that of a character and not his own. But at the end of the day, the syllabus has his name on it, not local business name. The respondent's definition of an edgy teaching style is unclear to me. I do understand that he said he would never purposely harass anyone. I believe the issue at hand is not that the respondent did so purposely, but that he did so without realizing. And that is a grave issue to face as an educator. He can achieve his goal of being liked and seen as interesting in his lectures without making a spectacle of his students in the classroom. I find it ironic that he protests that his words were taken out of context, though I reported his comment with full context in regard to the class and lecture content. In his response, the respondent makes a total of about 21 baseless attempts at making me appear uncredible, referring to me as someone with personal animus against him, someone who might not be considered average or reasonable, and that I exaggerated his comment and took it out of context. He refers to me as someone with acute sensitivities and as a very sensitive student, despite his saying that he is not privy to my history or my psychological state before or after his class, both of which are irrelevant and not reasons for why I reported him. I also find it appalling that the respondent attempts to contort the subject of this investigation by manufacturing a baseless falsehood about sibling issues between myself and my sister. The statement has no relevance and is a completely fabricated distraction that I believe is an attempt to divert the subject away from himself and his comment. The reason why I left his class,
You're breaking up.
academic reasons and because the comment was not about her. We were not subject to the same harassment as the respondent says. Again, the comment was not about her. It is unfair and irrelevant to assume she would have the same reaction as me to a situation she was not directly involved in. What has or has not happened to me in the past to affect my psychological state is of no relevance to this situation or my reporting his comment. I'm not required to dissect my personal history for him so he can attempt to connect the dots from my past to this investigation. This appears to be an ineffective attempt at pinpointing the blame on myself instead of his own behavior. I needed to report the respondent's comment, but I did not want to. I was still enrolled in his class and had every intention of finishing it. My hope was that he wouldn't find out I was the one who reported him. I wanted him to like me and not see me as some sensitive kid. I was embarrassed. I hope that it is clear that this report was not made out of malice or ill will, but rather a responsibility to help protect ABAC students and myself from misconduct. I trust that the decision by the hearing officer will ultimately be what is best for the school, no matter what the decision may be. I do not feel that this hearing is a matter of myself versus the respondent. I am aware intent is not relevant. I hope it is also clear that my intention was never to cause any hurt or pain by going about this process. I've never been involved in a process like this, and I will do my best to answer the questions from the advisors and the hearing officer. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Dr. Renzo, you can have your opening statement.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Also want to thank you, Dr. Baker, for this opportunity to defend myself in this hearing. Before I begin my defense, though, I'd like to take this opportunity, and it's literally the first opportunity I've had since being informed of the complaints, of apologizing to Bethany and to anyone else involved in this who feel that they've in any way been adversely affected by my behavior. Let me make this clear for the purposes of the hearing officer. I still absolutely and categorically maintain that I'm innocent of any infraction. Everything I did or said in the classroom was relevant to the subject matter and necessary to the curricular content of that subject. Furthermore, I insist that all of my actions were well within the parameters of academic freedom and my First Amendment rights. I am confident that when examined in context, my behavior and comments will be judged to be appropriate and that no reasonable person would judge them to be worthy of sanction, and most especially the sanction of termination of a tenured faculty member's employment. Now, that was for the benefit of the hearing officer. Having said that, I want to talk to Bethany and say how desperately sorry, how horribly desperately sorry I am if I caused you any discomfort at all. There's a lot of ironies in this situation. This situation is new for me too. There's a lot of ironies in this situation. And one of the biggest ironies is that I had so much respect and liking for you, Bethany, and your sister prior to being informed of this complaint. When they first registered my American government class in fall 2020, I believe that together we decided that they were just about the third generation of rentzes that I had the pleasure of teaching, dating back to the old Bainbridge College days. And like all my previous rents students, the twins were excellent students. I was especially happy to discover that both sisters were interested and knowledgeable in politics, which is rare in our corner of the state. And they were even willing to ask questions and express their opinions on current events. And I just found that delightful. And really, from my perspective, every single interaction between me and the twins were cordial and friendly. In November, I think it was 2020, Rosie gave me a beautifully rendered drawing of Minnie Mouse, which is my little daughter's favorite cartoon character, and I just felt a true pleasure of having these two young women in my class. I was happy when I learned that they signed up for my human geography class in spring. And once again, they proved themselves to be excellent students, producing very high quality work. I have no complaints. There was never any sign of discomfort or discontent that was apparent to me from either sister. Never. I never had the slightest inkling. I think it was in February 2021, Bethany brought to class a hand-drawn poster regarding an upcoming special election. She wanted me to announce it in class. I thought it was inappropriate for the geography class. I promised to propagate it in my government classes because it is relevant. And I noticed some disappointment in her face. I don't know if that was an issue at all, but it just wasn't appropriate for that class. And if you took that as a rejection of your work, it wasn't. It was presented, but not in that venue. The point I wanted to make is that right up to the point that Bethany disappeared from my class, literally right up to the moment that I was notified of the complaints, I consider the twins to be active, friendly, and fully satisfied students in my class. I never sensed even a single hint to me that anything was improper in our relationship. Maybe that was that feeling of familiarity with the ladies that allowed me to make a lame attempt at humor, which I tremendously regret, at the John Ossoff rally where we accidentally met. The twins met me and my family. At that event, I made a 2-second long, what I hope was jocular comment that I deeply regret. I asked the ladies what they'd been doing over the weekend, and they said watching videos, and I gave them the look, and I said porn, and I know they're not watching porn. Rosie's into cartoon anime. Bethany reads, what I call kid lit, Harry Potter, and it was just a ridiculous question I thought would be funny just because of its absurdity. In sum, I consider the Rent sisters both to be very intelligent, extremely creative, very thoughtful, and morally good. perhaps still a little immature, but a fabulous asset to my class. And I truly enjoyed having them in my class until one disappeared. That's why it became such a devastating shock to me when I learned that they were the core source of this complaint against me. When I learned of the complaints, I immediately wanted to apologize, of course, and to rectify the situation and to ensure that it would never happen again. That's what I would have done in any case of any complaint from any student. Because of the process, however, I was advised not to communicate or mention anything about the complaint to anyone, to witnesses, to no one, and I didn't. As soon as I was advised of the complaints, sir, I immediately initiated a self-improvement plan designed to eliminate any possible misunderstandings or problems in the future. What I was not able to do was to express my remorse, and that's what I want to do right now. So, Bethany, let me say directly to you and to anyone else who was affected adversely by my teaching techniques, I am deeply and profoundly sorry if I caused you any undue distress. I accept at face value that you felt discomfited, and I honor your feelings. And it's devastating to me that someone that I admired and enjoyed having in my class so much felt that way. But the existence of those feelings doesn't necessarily mean they have any substantial basis in reality in regard to my personal culpability, my guilt as far as my profession goes. For instance, I have serious questions regarding the appropriateness of Bethany's diagnosis by Counselor Anderson. I have concerns about whether you were fed slanderous rumors by another student that does have animosity against me because of my political and religious views. And I do believe Bethany's feelings are real. I don't think she's trying to punish me or torture me. I don't think she's lying about any of this. But I do think that no reasonable person would conclude that I acted in a manner that was so serious, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it denied your ability to successfully remain in my class. Especially since the incident that apparently caused this trauma occurred months before you finally decided you needed to withdraw from my class. And whatever misstep I made in trying to present that Interstate Commerce Clause lecture, I don't think an average and reasonable person would conclude that it requires my termination from employment. Sir, I'd like to also put down for the record my feeling that I had a limited opportunity to defend myself and avail myself of due process, especially during the early investigatory phase of this process. I believe I was not afforded an opportunity to fully defend myself during the investigative and HR charging phases of this process. I have no evidence that Investigator Ballinger or Mr. Spancake ever engaged in improper activities, and I am in no way impugning their professionalism or competence. However, events conspired to functionally deny me the ability to fully answer the complaints at the investigative and HR phases. In the investigative phase, I was given an extremely incomplete information on many of the alleged events. For instance, it was alleged that I said that I hated Jews. Well, after I recovered my composure, I asked the investigator for details on when, where, and in what context the unnamed witness maintained that those words were said. The investigators repeatedly assured me that the details would be forthcoming to me so that I may be able to tie the event to a lecture or a recording that I might have of a lecture or something like that. There were several explosive allegations like that. None with any details as to the identity accuser, time or place or context that these statements were made, and I found it impossible to prove a negative. How could I prove that something didn't exist when I'm not given any reference as to when or where or how these statements were made? I waited in vain for a couple of weeks to get details from the investigators that they promised. I never received anything. I never received any details about the complaint until I actually received a copy of the investigative report that was sent to HR. In another instance, in that initial interview, I was given completely incorrect information regarding the very first complaint on the list. In that first complaint, it was alleged by Ms. Shelby Lane that in 2017, she overheard me say to student Mallory West that I would excuse her absence from a test if she provided me with bikini photos. However, in searching my roll books, I could find no evidence of Ms. Lane or Ms. West being my students that year. My inability to find any record of these students caused great confusion and consternation in my mind, and added to my anxiety over not getting any details from the investigators. It was only later that I finally discovered that the two students were from the previous year, 2016, but the mistake was never caught or by the investigators or corrected. I understand that ABAC's resources are limited and that we are all just human beings, fallible, but the misleading information I received, and especially the missing information I did not receive, functionally prevented me from presenting any kind of defense during the crucial investigatory stage. The investigators only had one meeting with me, the first one when they notified me of the complaints. They would give me no details regarding the process and no deadline for me to respond. While I waited patiently for the promised information and clarification, the investigators finished the report and submitted it to HR with only my one initial verbal reaction to the complaints as the sole source of my defense. In other words, virtually nothing from me. The only thing contained in the report was my accuser's side of the story. Mr. Spancake forwarded the investigative report to me and gave me 72 hours, Monday 5 p.m. to Thursday 5 p.m. to respond. That was my first opportunity to see any details of the complaint and to respond at all. When I protested to Mr. Spancake about the short time horizon and asked for a one-day extension to give me time over the weekend to adequately respond, he refused. This despite the fact that during those 72 hours, I had a full teaching schedule, 2 round-trip commutes between ABAC Bainbridge campus and the Tifton, Maine campus, which totals well over 300 miles, plus the additional friction caused by the COVID-19 crisis. And I must respond to this within 72 hours. I was in no way able to respond to some of the complaints. I literally had to stop in mid-paragraph in my response because I ran out of time. Not surprisingly, HR endorsed the investigator's recommendation for termination. At this point, I was beginning to feel that I was being railroaded and that it was a Japanese bullet train I was riding. Again, I in no way wish to impugn the professionalism, impartiality, or competence of either Mr. Ballinger or Mr. Spancake. I have zero evidence of any purposeful wrongdoing, but I feel strongly that the sum effect of their actions denied me an adequate opportunity to defend myself before I got to this hearing stage. Next, I'd like to make some comments regarding the acute trauma response diagnosis from Counselor Anderson. Similar to my position vis-a-vis Mr. Spancake and Ballinger, I will not question the credentials and competence of Counselor Anderson. However, as a school counselor with a master's degree, she is not professionally qualified nor legally entitled to make a forensic psychological diagnosis of a patient. There's also the inherent possibility of a conflict of interest by an employee or inappropriate influence from the administration. But it's because of the truly extraordinary character and circumstances of Ms. Rentzes' alleged trauma that I question the correctness of Ms. Anderson's diagnosis of the complainant. And by the way, I just want to take for a moment to note that one especially intriguing aspect of this case was the presence of Bethany's twin sister, Rosie, who stayed in my geography class this semester. Despite being exposed to the same allegedly odious behavior by myself, Rosie completed the course and received an excellent grade. In effect, the circumstances created an almost perfect natural scientific experiment where the twins were exposed to the identical same stimulus, my teaching, but with very different outcomes, apparently based solely on the difference that Bethany was randomly pointed to as an example of a pretty white girl in a class lecture about racial and gender discrimination that took place months before in the fall of 2020. The extraordinary circumstances of this case really, I kind of wish I was a grad student. I'd be doing a thesis and writing a journal article on this. Because Ms. Anderson's description of the minuscule triggers and extended timeline of the trauma seems so unlikely to cause a serious response in an average person, my advisor, my wife Angela, began to research acute trauma. Neither my wife nor I have a medical degree.
Oh, wait, someone dropped.
I'm sorry?
Bethany
Someone-
said her computer is kind of like acting wonky. She's trying to log back in.
Should I wait?
Yeah.
Okay. I think she should hear this. I think she should hear all of this.
All right, I don't see where she's trying to get back in. Hold on just a second.
She's just trying to get the link back open. She like had to restart her computer. It was making some weird buzzing noises. But I think it's coming back.
It'll appear up top.
I think it will too.
Hey, Elena, were you my student?
No, I wasn't.
All right, I've lost track of all the Rentzes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. There's a lot of us, so.
That's a good thing, actually, from my perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have our mom? Oh. Wait, what? It's coming back? Okay.
Bethany, when did your computer conk out? Did you hear me start questioning the acute trauma response diagnosis? No. My objection to my process objection went mostly to the hearing officer. And so let me just begin with my questions regarding the acute trauma response diagnosis. And that's what I wanted you to be here to hear, Bethany. Similar to my position vis-a-vis Mr. Spancake and Ballinger, I will not question the credentials and competence of Counselor Anderson. However, as a school counselor with a master's degree, she is not professionally qualified nor legally entitled to make a forensic psychological diagnosis of a patient. There is also an inherent possibility of a conflict of interest as an employee of ABAC or inappropriate influence from the administration. but it's because of the truly extraordinary character and circumstances of the source of your trauma that I question the correctness of Ms. Anderson's diagnosis of the complainant. And I do want to re-mention the intriguing situation of having twins in the class, where one sister felt that she was unable to continue in the class. The other stayed in the class and actually apparently survived and thrived and did just fine. And they've always been treated to the identical same exposure to me. Honestly, I hate to admit this, but since we were masked, most of the times I couldn't even tell you two apart, you know, and so there was identical treatment to both sisters. The only difference was back in fall of 2020, when totally randomly, I pointed to Bethany and as an example of a white female in a class lecture. Because Ms. Anderson's description of the minuscule trigger and extended timeline of the trauma seems so unlikely to cause a serious response in an average person, my advisor, my wife Angela, began to research acute trauma. Neither my wife nor I have a medical degree, but she is an RN student, and after a search of several reputable sources, it became clear to us that it was unlikely in the extreme that Ms. Rentz's condition was one of acute trauma. Confused by the discrepancy between Bethany's circumstances and the typical characteristics of trauma, we reached out to a well-respected clinical psychologist practicing in Brooklyn who specialized in the research and treatment of trauma. It was the psychologist's firm opinion that Ms. Rentz did not experience acute trauma response. She suggested that Ms. Rentz should undergo independent evaluation and treatment by a licensed psychologist, professionally qualified and legally entitled to make a forensic diagnosis in this case. And I agree with the recommendation of the psychologist, especially in the light, you know, Bethany, I have tremendous empathy for you, but you have to understand the catastrophic consequences of this process on me and my family. I feel it's only fair that faced with any kind of drastic personnel action like termination, I would ask that you submit to an evaluation by an independent, fully qualified, practicing doctor of psychology. And Bethany, aside from my interest in this, if you really do feel that traumatized, you deserve to be diagnosed and treated by a professional. Not, you know, and I don't know what's going on in your life. I don't know your psychological history, present or future, but if you were truly profoundly traumatized by that, I think you owe it to yourself to get some professional help. And I say that in a very loving way, believe it or not. Next, I'd like to talk about the sexually and racially hostile environment that I allegedly established in my class. In my meeting with them, I admitted to the investigators that I often resorted to what I call the unholy trinity of sex, drugs, and wealth and fame in relating examples of political events and processes within my lectures. Perhaps it was lazy teaching, I said, but whenever a story includes scandal, crimes, or other sensational topics, students give the story their rapt attention. I suddenly become more interesting than, you know, their cell phone. By the way, my action plan will mitigate this habit, and I can guarantee I'll deliver quality instruction without recourse to future salacious examples. Now, having said that, I want everyone, especially you, sir, to remember that the curricular content of American government requires numerous mention of sexual and gender issues. In my initial response to HR, I listed over a dozen issues that I'm required by the curriculum to address in the class. But I steadfastly remain, I've never created a sexually or racially hostile environment in my classroom. One of the criticisms that I was that I commented on students' clothing. I did sometimes comment on students' clothing before class, but only in reference to them being mostly males, coming to school underdressed for what I considered cold weather. I have never commented to a student on their clothing or appearance in a sexual manner, never. Until now, I've never approached it sexually. Now I promise I will not comment on any student's dress whatsoever unless their, jacket's on fire or something like that. Another example of misinterpretation that resulted in a complaint is when I was trying to convince students of the necessity of masking during the height of the COVID-19 epidemic. I was explaining to the students that contrary to popular opinion, Americans do not have a constitutional right to disregard reasonable public health regulations. I brought up the fact that no one protested requiring shoes and shirts for convenience store entry, even though the health risks posed by a shirtless man or a shoeless woman were negligible. I went further and brought up a now defunct barbecue shack in Bainbridge that infamously had huge signs barring entry for anyone wearing baggy pants, but at the same time not requiring masks. I tried to pull the top of my boxers up over the top of my jeans to illustrate the point that baggy pants may be distasteful to many people, perhaps even including me, but are not in any sense obscene or posing a health threat. And by the way, I definitely did not pull my pants down. I tried to pull my underwear up to show them. Apparently, Bethany, I guess, saw a sliver, or your sister saw a sliver of side skin when I was doing that, and chose to interpret that to the investigators as some kind of sexually tinged gesture. I told the investigators I don't even want to see my own body in the bathroom mirror, much less display it to anyone else. Needless to say, I'm never going to repeat that little demonstration, though, just for the potential of misinterpretation. One classroom behavior that's central to this case, one behavior that I engage in is imitating various characters. In what I hope is a humorous manner, I imitate various personalities like recent U.S. presidents and other characters like the dope smoking, tree hugging liberal and my local yokel businessman persona. The main complaint against me, and supposedly the event that triggered Ms. Rentzes' trauma, was when she was pointed out in a lecture on the Interstate Commerce Clause in my American government class. However, the complaint against me here is not against me speaking as myself as the instructor, but rather the character, the straw figure I was representing. Let me make this absolutely clear. I over-exaggerate the voices and mannerisms of these characters so that there is no way any reasonable person who is paying attention could possibly believe that the statements by these characters represent my personal opinion. Not only were the characterizations so humorously exaggerated that there can be no confusion, I always immediately return to my real self, the professor, to illustrate how the character's reasoning is flawed. But when isolated phrases are intentionally or unintentionally taken out of context, the statements by these characters can be made to seem insensitive or even harassing. It's analogous. I was hoping Dr. Nelson would show up as a witness. It would be analogous to Dr. Nelson, the history teacher, being accused of being a Nazi for quoting Hitler during a lecture on the Holocaust. But when put into the full context of the lecture, it was an absolutely appropriate, effective, and sometimes humorous instructional technique that I've used my entire teaching career. And I got to say, I think I'll mention it again, but let me insert, I've been doing that exact same lecture with virtually no changes in the script for over 15 years. And it's always been considered my top 3 lectures. And I've had students from years ago tell me how memorable those 3 lectures are. And Bethany, if I ever dreamed that it would cause anyone any problem, I would have never done it. But I've literally taught over the years, I've literally taught thousands and thousands of American government students, and they were all exposed to that same exact process. And no one's ever reacted in any way that, aside from positive. Ms. Rentz alleged that on November 9th, 2020, she was sexually harassed by me during the course of an American government class lesson on the Interstate Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Many of the other witnesses in the investigation report were used to corroborate the fact that I said something to the effect I wouldn't want to hire an employee who is Black, then soon after saying I wouldn't want to hire someone because they are female. The fact that I rotated around and randomly pointed to Bethany Rentz as an exemplar of a pretty little white girl for a period of about 30 seconds apparently formed the initial spark for her trauma and this entire case. I do not deny that I said words very close to those alleged in the report. I'm actually proud of the lecture until I was accused of this. In fact, I've been using those exact words in my lecture on the Commerce Clause for at least the past 16 years. Moreover, I'm particularly proud of that lecture because I found it to be the most powerful and memorable way not only to impart specific information about the breadth of Congress's application of the Interstate Commerce Clause, but it also to give students a more immediate sense of the injustice of discrimination and the legal justification for making race and gender discrimination illegal. I think it hits home when I can point to a student in class and the students look at that student and realize that that person, maybe they know them, maybe they're friends with that person, maybe they really like that person, could be discriminated against, enslaved, or beaten, or anything because of their race and gender and religion. It's more than ironic that a lesson that's specifically intended to make students more aware of the illegality and immorality of discrimination is now being used to accuse me of the very same discrimination. And with the hearing officer's permission, I would like to go into a little bit more depth on that Commerce Clause lesson because that really is the spark that set off the dynamite. My Interstate Commerce Clause lectures is one of the many in which I used an assumed personality or persona to exemplify a political perspective. Whether it's a US president or a political figure in the news or one of my recurring characters, I always exaggerate the character so much that no reasonable person paying attention could possibly confuse the words of the character with those of my own. And if you don't mind, I'm going to go give you a rendition of that short piece of a lecture. The character I use in the Commerce Clause lesson is my so-called local yokel businessman. I imitate the voice of Cass Burks, who is a local car salesman who uses an uber thick, good old boy shtick to sell cars on the radio. I crank up my southern twang as thick as it'll get, and I announce to the class, let's say I'm a local yokel businessman here in town, and I need to hire someone. And I put a sign out in front saying help wanted. And I look around for the closest minority student, male or female, and point to them. And he or she shows up applying for the job. Well, then I make some conspiratorial gestures and stage whisper loud enough for everyone to clearly hear me. Yeah. Don't tell anyone, but I don't want to hire a Black person. In Bethany's class, it was a Black female who was the subject. You know, I'm not prejudiced or anything. It's just that my customers don't want a minority behind the counter. My customers would prefer to see a pretty little white girl behind the counter. Yeah, I think I'm going to hire a white girl. I'm not going to even consider hiring a Black person for the job. And then I let that sink in for a long moment. And then I point to another student, the nearest white female to the minority applicant that I pointed to. And unfortunately, that was Bethany. So I turn to the nearest white female and say, yeah, I'm just going to hire a pretty little white girl for my business. Oh, wait a minute. She is pretty. She's so hot, I'd probably be sexually harassing her before lunchtime. And you know what? Come to think of it, women are trouble. They're always getting pregnant and having to miss a lot of work. And when little Johnny gets a snotty nose, it's mommy who has to stay home and with the little brat. You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm not going to even hire a woman at all. I'm just going to hire men. And then I let a long moment go by for that to sink in. And then I revert to my own professor voice and direct the class's attention back to the first minority job applicant. I asked the class, let me ask you guys a question. Is it legal for an employer to discriminate against minorities because of their race? The class always says, no, it's not legal. And I say, right, it's absolutely illegal for an employer to discriminate on the basis of race. Does it happen 1,000 times a day? Yeah, probably, but it's illegal under federal law. Then I turn to the white female. What about discriminating against women in employment? Is that legal? The class answers no. Right. It might happen 1,000 times a day, but discriminating against women is against federal law too. Then I revert back to the businessman persona. Hey, wait a minute. How the hell does Congress have the power to tell me who I can discriminate against and who I can't discriminate against? It's my company. And at that point, as professor, I explained how Congress and the federal courts have broadly interpreted the Interstate Commerce Clause to assume all businesses over a certain size as participating in interstate commerce and therefore are covered under racial and sexual anti-discrimination laws. After I ensure student comprehension of the point, I use the same local yokel businessman character again to rail against the federal minimum wage. And if I have time, I do a third example using the federal government using the Commerce Clause to regulate TV and radio broadcasts. Most of the witnesses and Bethany more or less accurately reported the words of my local yokel businessman. What I object to is the implications that students could not differentiate between my businessman act and my own words as a lecturer. I don't think any person in the class could possibly construe that the words of my local yokel were my own words or opinion. I also find it difficult to believe that my randomly pointing to a few students for 30 seconds in class as examples of demographic groups, all as part of a serious academic lecture, can trigger an acute trauma response. Bethany herself admits that she was not dressed in a provocative manner that day and that she was merely being used as an example. I didn't choose Ms. Rentz because she was particularly pretty or particularly anything. She just happened to be the closest white female to me when I pivoted around from the first minority student I picked. I neither touched her nor approached within the safe social distance zone. I never dreamed that could ever inflict any harm, especially since I didn't engage her in conversation or anything, only pointed her as an exemplar of a white female. I have taught literally thousands of American government students in the past 15 years using the exact same script. I don't have a student from 15 years ago, but I've got a student from 5 or 6 years ago, and she's going to testify she heard the exact same speech in her first American government class too. Not one student has ever evidenced anything but satisfaction with the lecture. And certainly none of them considered the classroom environment a hostile one. And none of them until now were traumatized with symptoms that surfaced curiously months later. Regretfully, despite the pedagogical advantages that I still believe are derived by personalizing lectures for students, I will in the future desist from picking students as exemplars and will replace them with images of stock photos. I will also no longer take on a fictional persona to illustrate various socioeconomic viewpoints, lest there be more examples of out of context complaints. Next, I'd like to address the accusation that I am religiously hostile. Another accusation against me is that I'm hostile to religion in general and Christianity in particular. This is entirely untrue. My so-called crime, in the eyes of some religious fundamentalists, is refusing to allow any religion to utilize the power of the state to enhance its own interests at the expense of other religions. In other words, maintaining the law of separation between church and state and upholding the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment's freedom of religion. In this, I have been an active and successful force, especially in the days of the old Bainbridge College. I caused a sectarian religious monument, if you can believe it, on public property to be removed from the campus. I ended the tradition of beginning even routine administrative meetings with a prayer. Believe it or not, that used to occur. And I ended the monopoly of Christmas over all other religious celebrations during the winter holiday season there on campus. I also recently asked our ABAC president to replace the sectarian prayer at commencement with the more general ceremonial deism type prayer that is utilized in most other institutions of higher learning. But as far as I'm concerned, I have no animosity to any religion. I was only upholding the separation of church and state and preventing one religion, which we're in the Bible Belt, that tends to be fundamental Christianity. My failure to acknowledge Christianity as a state religion is evidence enough to many fundamentalists around here of my hostility to their religion. Nothing could be further from the truth. Ms. Kaylee Belk is responsible for the most incendiary of the comments I am alleged to have said. Her allegations are slanderous lies, pure and simple. Let me state something clearly. In every instance, the complainant and all of the other witnesses, I could understand as a failure to fully understand or something mistakenly taken out of context, and I don't harbor any resentment toward. But Ms. Belk's allegations are slanderous lies, pure and simple. Regarding her allegation that I made religiously bigoted statements, I absolutely deny ever saying I hated Jews or that another student was stupid for believing the Bible, which was in the investigative report. The fact of the matter is, I stress the need for tolerance between cultures and religions in my American government classes. I believe Ms. Belk's other accusations of religious intolerance, and this also relates to a complaint forwarded by student Grant Humphreys, refer to a lecture I do near the end of the semester in the American Government Unit on Civil Liberties, specifically the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment's freedom of religion. In my lecture, I set the scene by telling the students that the U.S. government has recorded, which is true, the U.S. government has recorded over 3,000 different religions around the world, 2,000 of them right here in the United States. 24 of those religions, I tell them, believe in outer space aliens and UFOs. The bit about the aliens and the UFOs invariably results in some guffaws and dismissive laughter from the students. That's when I set them up with the underlying thought behind the exercise. I pretend to laugh along with the students and say, I know, isn't that crazy? How can anyone believe in UFOs and life on other planets? You got to believe in a religion that makes common sense and is believable. You know, like the religion that believes in the zombie carpenter that walked on water and came back from the dead. What's that religion called? Oh yeah, Christianity. I stop and let that sink in. And inevitably, more than one student will scowl. What's the matter, I say? You don't like it when someone mocks your religious beliefs? Well, how do you think other people with different religions feel when folks around here mock their beliefs? I go on in that vein, asking students to respect other beliefs as they would like to be respected in return. I also warn against stereotypes. For instance, assuming all Muslims are terrorists because of Osama bin Laden, which is the same as assuming all Christians are terrorists because of Tim McVeigh. If I have time in the semester, I also relate an Indian parable of the blind men and the elephant, which is a metaphor for all men's religions having a handle on some aspect of God's majesty without a full understanding of his entirety. Again, a call for mutual respect between religions, the exact opposite of what I'm being accused of saying. And this last bit was at the insistence of my advisor, my wife, who has purposely kept her religion private since we moved to Georgia. I'm also sharing the personal information that although I am a confirmed atheist, my wife would like you to know that she is a Muslim. My two brothers are Jewish, and my mother and in-laws are Christian. And the point that my advisor wanted to make was that our family lives a personal life of religious diversity and mutual respect. In addition, to my professional obligation to uphold those values in class. Sorry, but I have to go on and talk about mocking suicide. And here, this is my bad, and I take full responsibility. Mocking suicide. This was my fault. It was inexcusable, and I take full responsibility for it. In former days, and I'm talking about for years, I did this. I wanted to demonstrate extreme frustration to the class, usually over the failure of yet another student to write their name on a test. I would sometimes take out my dollar store pocket knife and pretend to saw away at my wrists in faux despair. I thought it was a funny bit, but once, and it only took once, a student said that they had lost a good friend to suicide and that me pretending to commit suicide was disrespectful. I immediately realized that they were right. I apologized and told the class that I too had recently lost my closest lifetime buddy to suicide, and that it was not funny, and that I would stop pretending it was funny. I then told the class about the right to die controversy in the United States, and that the law in Belgium allows people to voluntarily end their life even without a fatal diagnosis. And then somehow the conversation careened into the old movie Soylent Green. But I take full responsibility for that. I self-corrected this behavior before I even learned of this complaint. And I take ownership for that. And I'd like to end, finally, with my action plan for improvement. As soon as I was notified of the complaints against me, I immediately drew up on my own initiative an action plan to mitigate or eliminate my problematic classroom behaviors. I believe these actions will solve any outstanding issues and eliminate the possibility of future complaints. I hope my proactive attempt to solve these issues assures the hearing officer that I can be trusted to deliver quality instruction for my final year at ABAC before my retirement. Action plan number 1. I've begun making sound recordings of every moment I am on campus or in an ABAC-related phone conversation. Georgia is a one-party consent state, and I've got that right. This will provide the college with an objective and exact record of what has transpired in my presence. I will put all recordings, complete and unedited, at the disposal of the administration for review at any time. And obviously, I think automatically all of my paperwork is open for school review at any time. Number 2, Bethany, I will no longer use students as exemplars in class. They will be replaced by appropriate stock photos or historical images. I still believe firmly in my brain that for the overwhelming majority of students, personalizing demonstrations in class is the most effective way to teach and leave an impact. In my very first teaching demonstration that resulted in me getting hired in the old Bainbridge College, I had a class participation exercise just like the one that traumatized you. I will no longer use students as exemplars. I think it's less effective to use stock photos, but in an abundance of caution and concern for any future bad outcomes, I'll forego that. Number 3, I will refrain from any comment on the appearance or dress of any individual except in case of a clear safety issue. I don't care if they come in, fill in the blank. I'm not going to comment on anyone's looks unless it's literally a safety issue. Number 4, I will refrain from imitating personalities that could in any way be construed or misconstrued as stating my personal beliefs. I think I'm a frustrated comic. It kills me to forego my opportunity to mimic presidents and other people. But again, in an abundance of caution, I'm willing to forego that little pleasure. Number 5, I will reduce the salacious lecture content to the minimum necessary to adequately cover the required topics. If you look at my response to the investigators, I listed over a dozen instances where I must discuss issues of sex and gender. It's part of the curriculum of American government, but I can easily reduce the gratuitous, salacious examples that, you know, perhaps I used because it's just a cheap and easy way of getting student attention. And lastly, sir, I will gladly accept any additional supervision, training, professional development, or remedial activities deemed desirable by the ABAC administration. I just beg you, do not give me the ultimate sanction of termination. I've taught for many, many years in public schools in Florida and in the university system of Georgia. I'm on the cusp of my retirement. I only have one more year before Angela will be done with her RN program, and we can go down and live happily in Florida. And I'll accept with an open mind and an open heart and with gratitude any sanction short of termination. If I am terminated, then just for the sake of my family finances, the process may have to continue in a civil court. That's the end of my statement, and I'm sorry if I took too much time.
Okay. Had to unmute myself as well. All right. So we now need to move to the questioning of the complainant. And this would be where the advisor, Angela, you can ask questions to Bethany, and Aleyna and Bethany as her advisor. You can assist as you think through advice to her, but you will not be able to answer at this point in time. You'll have your chance to ask questions in a moment. I will carefully listen to the question as you ask it to make sure that I think it's an appropriate question. So you can proceed.
Sorry, could we have a brief bathroom break before we go on to the questioning?
Yes, that's fine. I'm going to pause the recording then.
Okay.
And make sure I do this right. All right, we're now recording again, and it's 9:30. Angela, are you ready for your first question? You're muted.
Yes, I am. And would you mind if because I'm sitting in close proximity to John, if I put a mask on because I have a virus right now and I'm trying to not get him sick?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so we're not typing questions to you. We're just giving you the.
You can ask the question, and I will try to very quickly determine whether I think it's appropriate before she starts to answer.
Okay. Okay, Bethany, why didn't you express your feelings about the lecture to Dr. Vanzo?
At the beginning, when I first heard the comment, it didn't immediately register that it might be something inappropriate, because like I said, I never had a male professor before, so I thought it was normal. And I didn't go to him with it because, for one, I was too embarrassed because I thought he might just play it off or not take it seriously. And I also learned that when you do have a comment to report, you're not supposed to take it to the person who made the comment. You're supposed to take it to an advisor or a Title IX coordinator.
Okay.
So please ask her if she was under the understanding that you go directly to a Title IX complaint rather than trying to resolve it with the instructor.
She just said that.
I know. So ask her to make that clear. You thought that you should not be able to go to the instructor to clarify it?
Okay, so you thought you were under the impression you thought that you shouldn't go to the instructor, that you should go to a Title IX coordinator, correct?
Yes, but I didn't have any names for Title IX coordinators, and I didn't know where to find them, so I just went to one of my other professors.
Okay. You submitted a personal journal entry from November 9th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
You stated in your journal entry that during Dr. Vanzo's teaching example, that your reaction was thanks and kind of quiet and laughing. And at the end, you guessed it was just weird, correct?
Yes.
You stated in your opening that you said thanks and a question.
Yes.
That's not how it read in your journal entry.
I'm sorry, is that a question? I don't know how to respond to it.
Well, that,
Why is your journal entry different?
why does your journal entry seem like it's just a thanks and laughing, but now you're changing it to you were questioning? Like, thanks.
Well, I would like to speak to Bethany really quick before she answers that question.
Sure.
Just keep going. Skip over that.
Mm-mm. Yes.
Yo, that's where I want you to begin. Forget the journal entry.
To answer your question, because I have the journal entry with me right here. I'm looking at it. The only reason why I didn't put a question mark in the journal entry is because the word is in the middle of a sentence, and that's just how I've learned to quote questions, is just to put a comma. It might not be correct, but it is just a journal entry, so I wasn't trying to be grammatically correct. And the laugh, to me, is kind of like the question part of it, like saying thanks and like being nervous and not knowing exactly how to respond, and, you know, with a laugh.
Okay.
Start on Trinity.
When was your first visit with ABAC counselor Trinity Anderson?
I believe it was March 4th. That might not be the exact date, but if it wasn't that exact date, it was around it was in the March.
I'm sorry, you broke up at the end. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said it could have been March 4th, but if it wasn't that exact date, then it was sometime in the first week of March.
Okay. How many visits in total have you had with Trinity Anderson?
I can't remember exactly how many. I know we spoke twice, I think, before we filed an official report. The first time was over the phone, and the second one was a Zoom call. I don't want to say it's been more than 5 times. I would say that might be an accurate estimate. It hasn't been very many times.
Total time spent. What's the total time spent on those calls?
What was the total time you spent on those calls?
They were either an hour, they would be scheduled to last an hour, but sometimes they would be cut short by about 10 minutes, or one time there was one we had that was only 30 minutes.
And you said you've spoken with her approximately 5 times?
I would say about that many times, yes.
Okay. And when was the last time you spoke with Counselor Anderson on a counseling basis?
I believe it was sometime last week. I don't remember if it was a weekend, but it was sometime last week.
Was acute stress reaction, also known as acute stress disorder, ASD, the only diagnosis she gave you?
I believe so.
Forget the journal.
Why?
Okay, go ahead.
And really quickly, I just want to go back to your journal.
Mhm.
After filing the complaint about Dr. Vanzo's teaching example, you stated, after these comments, you no longer thought the example was funny or relevant. Wouldn't that be a contradiction to what you stated in your journal entry?
It's not what I meant by that was that at the time, immediately after he made the comment, I thought it was weird. And when I got home that day, I thought it was weird because I didn't know how to react to it. But weird also for me would fall under uncomfortable and odd, like I said in my statement.
You also stated, after filing the complaint, that you thought perhaps your clothing may have prompted Dr. Vanzo's comments, but then quickly realized you were wearing sweatpants. Although women should not be harassed for any reason for what they're wearing, don't you think men would be more inclined to notice or harass a woman who is dressed provocatively?
That's actually why I mentioned that, because I figured that maybe because I don't really think about what I wear to class most of the time, so it took me a second to realize I'm not wearing anything that is provocative, and so I just figured that might be the reason why someone would make a comment like that, but then I realized I'm not wearing anything provocative at all. So
Also, wouldn't that be a detail included in your personal journal?
I didn't think that it was necessary to put in my journal just because I was only talking about the comment and not other details like who was behind me or what I was wearing or where I was sitting, which are important details now, but not for a journal entry, which was just something I wrote quickly that day.
Ask if I traveled any distance within the classroom or
Okay.
whether she was right near
Okay.
the first example.
Now, you said that you were sitting in the second row?
Yes.
Did Dr. Vanzo have to travel
Did
across the
Dr.
classroom?
Vanzo have to travel across the room to point you out and use you as an example?
I wouldn't say travel across the room, but he did walk from the podium, halfway down the room a little bit and then to my desk, right in front of my desk, but not across the room.
How many desks away was the first example?
How many desks away from him was the first example, or did he use
From you?
from you, or did he use the African American student first, walk back to his podium, and then walk back to you?
How close was her desk to the African American student? How close was her to the African American student?
The African American student was one seat in front of me, and she was in the first row.
Okay, good.
Okay. Did it ever appear to you that you were only used for the example because you happened to be sitting closely in the second row?
I do understand that I was being used as an example because I was that close, but my concern is that he made specific comments about my appearance and not about the African American students aside from her race.
You do understand those
But
were two
you-
different
but you do
examples,
understand-
race and sex.
But you do understand that those were two different examples, one of race and one of sex.
I do understand that.
Okay.
I have 1 second to talk to Bethany really quick.
Sure.
Okay, good.
And this one.
What questions do you have?
This last one. Okay, excuse me if I keep coughing. You stated after filing the complaint that you thought Dr. Vanzo was just old. But the more you saw examples of sexual harassment in the media, it made you think more about what happened to you in class. You talked more with your sister Rosie and others about it. Who else did you speak to about it?
I thought that I spoke to my other two sisters about it, Leyna and my other sister Rachel, but then when I filed the report, I told my siblings about it and they didn't remember me telling them about it. So as far as I can remember, the only people I talked to about it were Rosie and my mom.
Okay.
Shockingly.
Did you perhaps speak with Shelby Lane about your complaint?
I did not.
Are you friends with Shelby Lane?
I wouldn't call us friends. I know her through the internet. We follow each other on social media and we've talked about the investigation since she had questions for me once she got called in for the first investigation and then for this. But otherwise, I have not spoken to her.
What did, yeah, forget it. Keep going.
Who's the belt? What's the belt girl's name? Are you friends with Kaylee Bell?
Again, I wouldn't call us friends. I know her from high school. We talk when we have classes together, but I don't talk to her outside of school.
Were
Okay.
you in any way influenced by what they said?
Were you in any way influenced by what Kaylee or Shelby Lane had to say?
I was not. I heard the comment from Shelby, I think sometime last year before November, but I didn't really believe her because I didn't think Dr. Vanzo was that type to make sexually suggestive comments to students. So I didn't believe her, and that has not played any role in this whatsoever.
Keep going.
But you just stated that you only know her from the internet since this investigation started.
Yes, I heard the comment because Rosie went to her to get her hair done, and they were talking about school and who she had as professors, and then Rosie came home and told me what Shelby said to her.
Do you know that Dr. Vanzo? Do you know that Dr. Vanzo considers her a liar?
Okay. Did you know that Dr. Vanzo considers Casey Belk a liar?
I do.
Okay. You made a social media post on Facebook, March 4th, 2021, the day before contacting Franzel Mathis Pertilla to file a complaint, with a picture of Bugs Bunny and a comment about New York Governor Andrew Cuomo that said, Andrew Cuomo, go rot and resign from office.
I did post that.
Because you stated that you saw examples of sexual harassment in the media, do you believe that Dr. Vanzo, teaching in an edgy way to be thought-provoking and provocative, in any way rises to the level of accusations against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo? And she froze. No.
Can you,
Let me ask her if she's frozen.
Okay.
could you repeat the question? I didn't quite understand the connection between CUOMO and the filing of.
No, mine's not.
I like hear you on the computer and my phone is totally echo.
Well, that's because we both have our audio on.
Can you
Can you hear?
Dr. Baker wanted to hear that question again.
Okay. And then I'll explain why I'm asking it. It said you made a social media post on Facebook, March 4th, 2021, the day before contacting Franzel Mathis Pertilla to file a complaint with a picture of Bugs Bunny and a comment about New York Governor Andrew Cuomo that said, Andrew Cuomo, go rot and resign from office. Because you stated you saw examples of sexual harassment in the media that caused this whole case to come about, do you believe that Dr. Vanzo teaching in an edgy way to be thought-provoking and provocative in any way rises to the level of accusations against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo? And Dean Baker, the reason I'm asking this is because it was brought up that the trauma began after seeing all of these news reports of sexual harassment cases, such as Andrew Cuomo. Who was the other one brought up in class?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein,
And Matt Gates.
Matt Gates.
Okay, so anyway, let's just skip that.
Is she still frozen?
I can't tell. It looks like she might be.
She's frozen. She said it kicked her out and she's trying to rejoin.
Okay.
Just read that last part.
Okay.
Do you think Dr. Vanzo's teaching
Okay.
rises to the level of accusations and is therefore deserving of termination?
I think it's working. She's back.
Okay. Dean Baker, did you want me to repeat that last sentence?
If you want Bethany to make sure she understood that you're just now asking about whether what Dr. Vanzo has asked and the way he has asked it in a class rises to the same level of accusations as Governor Cuomo. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Bethany, how do you see the comparison between the two, or is it relative?
To answer that question, I don't think it's a matter of if it's the same level of misconduct, but the fact that they're both examples of misconduct.
Do you think
Just go on.
that Dr. Vanzo's lecture that day is deserving of termination?
It's not up to me. I originally I was not an advocate for him to be fired. I'm not an advocate against it. I don't have a position on it. I'm not an expert in this. I've never been involved in anything like this before. I don't know what the best option would be. So I just trust what Dr. Baker.
Move on, please.
Okay. Did you experience panic attacks, tachycardia, which is a fast heart rate, sweating, nausea, fight or flight response, chest pain or difficulty breathing, which are normal responses that occur when experiencing severe trauma from acute stress disorder, hours to days, specifically up to 3 days after November 9th, 2021,
Yes.
because
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were done.
okay.
Which ones?
No, I'm saying specifically the days after November 9th, 2021, because that severity of a reaction does not exist in your journal entry.
Well, it's like I was going to say in my opening statement, but I eventually cut it out. I was going to say that that's how trauma responses work in some cases, where you don't realize the severity of an event until months later, or sometimes years later. And so the day he said the comment, it did not strike me as anything traumatic, because it just had not come to me that way. It had not registered that way until months later when it was triggered by seeing other instances of misconduct in the news.
Did you know these would be common symptoms experienced and not just feeling that his class lesson was weird?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you know that these symptoms, autonomic symptoms of trauma, are common symptoms experienced and not just feeling that his class lesson was weird?
Well, it's like I said, that day I thought that it was weird and uncomfortable, but it did not hit me as something traumatic until months later. So I wouldn't have been able to make a traumatic connection in November, because I had not had that realization.
Expected. Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. If you in fact had acute stress disorder and you were significantly traumatized by Dr. Vanzo on November 9th, 2020, then why would you take another class with him?
It's like I said, it had not registered as something traumatic until months later, after I had already enrolled in his class and been in there for almost 2 months.
Okay.
Just keep going.
No, because this is going to be after Valerie, maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
You mentioned seeing Dr. Vanzo at the John Ossoff rally on December 18th and the comment that Dr. Vanzo made. Did you at any time feel uneasy in front of Dr. Vanzo, his wife, daughter, or family friend?
The comment at the rally was not made to me, it was made to Rosie, so I don't feel like I can answer that question.
But I'm asking specifically if it made you feel uncomfortable.
Well, because the comment was made to me, I don't have a position on that, because it was not to me and I didn't have any direct feelings about it. I thought that it was weird that he made a comment to her like that. I laughed at it from the beginning, because like with the comment in November, it did not register to me as something that might be inappropriate until later, until after I thought about it and realized that it's not normal professor behavior.
You mentioned,
Go here.
no. You mentioned in the final report that your sister Rosie was wrong, that you did not say Dr. Vanzo mentioned something about Harvey Weinstein, but that was the last day of class with him and you were there. Are you saying that Dr. Vanzo was talking about Harvey Weinstein?
I think if I remember what I said in the report correctly, I said that it was wrong to say that the Weinstein comment was made as a current event, because it was not. It was made by Dr. Vanzo to another, he was talking to another student next to me in the classroom, and he suddenly turned out to the class and said that he is in some way like Harvey Weinstein. The comment itself was not wrong to say that that happened, but
Could
the
you
context.
I'm sorry, Bethany, you're breaking up. Can you repeat that last couple of sentences?
I said that the comment was made during a conversation with another student where he turned out to the class and said that he's similar to Harvey Weinstein, but it was wrong to say that it was a current event, not that it was made, because it was a comment that was made in the class.
That I'm like Harvey Weinstein, or that the student was like Harvey Weinstein?
That Dr. Vanzo was like Harvey Weinstein, or the student was like Harvey Weinstein?
Dr. Vanzo turned out to the class and said something along the lines of, in some ways, I'm like Harvey Weinstein, talking about himself.
Ask her if she's quite sure about that.
Are you quite sure about that? That Dr. Vanzo brought it up, and
I
that
was referring to myself.
and that the student did not bring it up, and that he was in fact referring to himself?
I am sure, because the student was talking about a book he was writing. As far as I know, the conversation had nothing to do with Harvey Weinstein until he made the comment. I was trying not to overhear because it wasn't my conversation, but it was made to the class when he turned out and said it. And I know that he was talking about himself because Rosie actually said, she made a remark about the comment, calling him out for it in a way. I don't remember exactly what she said. She can answer that question for you when she comes in. But that's how I'm sure that he made it about himself.
Couldn't hear the conversation I was having with that other.
So you couldn't hear the actual conversation that he was having with the other student?
I could hear the conversation, but because it wasn't mine, I was trying not to hear it, but they were right next to me, and that's why I don't remember it really either, because it wasn't my conversation. But I do remember that moment where he turned out to the class and said that.
Okay. And I just have one last question for you. Why would you make a political poster for Dr. Vanzo for a special election in March 2020 if you were so traumatized by him, as you claim? And you did this fairly close to the election, the special election.
Well, I made the poster close to the election because I only found out about it a few days before, and I just wanted to get the word out because it didn't seem like something that was known to the town or to people my age. And I actually didn't make the poster specifically for him. I made a few versions of it and gave them to my other professors as well.
That kind of contradicts you not wanting to be around him, not being able to look at him, etc., if you were so traumatized.
Well, I realized that I wasn't able to look at him or feel comfortable in his class after I filed the report, which was after I gave him the poster.
All right.
One more.
I'm sorry, one more question. Do you know why your sister Rosie decided to stay in Dr. Vanzo's class?
It's like like what I said in my opening statement, she stayed for her own academic reasons. She can answer that question more in detail for you when she comes in. But from what I know and what she told me, she decided to stay in there because she didn't want to worry about trying to enroll in a new class like I was. And she figured she had already put in some work for the class and she didn't want that to just go to waste. She stayed for her purpose.
You broke up.
All right.
I said that she stayed for her own academic purposes.
I think that's a question more for Rosie when she comes. Anything else?
No, we're finished. We're finished,
Fine.
Jeannie Baker.
All right. I do have a question for you, Bethany. She's still there? She went blank on my screen. Anyway, the question I have, you keep a regular journal, and is it sort of more stream of consciousness writing, or do you have a specific reason when you're writing in your journal?
Let me check with her to see if her computer's frozen, because that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, okay, she just dropped out. Hold on a sec.
But it's coming back. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know why my internet.
That's all right. I just really had a question about your journal, not what's in it, but is this something that you've been doing for a while, and do you write more stream of consciousness in the evening, or is there some other reason why you're writing a journal?
I've been writing in a journal since last year, since quarantine started, just to keep up with what was happening so I could look back on it later. So it's something that I picked up this time last year.
Okay. Aleyna, I think we'll move to the questioning of the respondent now. And you may ask questions of Dr. Vanzo.
Alrighty. Okay, so I'll start with this. In your testimony in the actual report, you stated the quote, "Through my education, training, and experience, I know how to most effectively teach students, and I believe that means provocative lecture content and involving students directly in demonstrations of concepts," unquote. So is it true that in your American government class, where the alleged incident of harassment took place, you discuss, quote, "sexual issues," unquote, such as the 19th Amendment, Equal Rights Amendment, gender-based discrimination, abortion laws, same-sex marriage, transgender rights, and other issues related to gender?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that you also stated, quote, "even the mention of these topics may make some very sensitive students temporarily uncomfortable," unquote?
Absolutely, especially in hot button issues like abortion, birth control, gender, sexuality. You never know, but some of these topics really, are buttons for people.
Yeah, so even though these topics alone may make students uncomfortable, you still believe it's best teaching practice to, quote, "involve students directly in demonstrations of concepts," unquote?
Yeah, I do. Because it's not just an abstract notion, it's not a sepia toned historical image. They can visualize themselves or their fellow students in those circumstances. And I think that makes it more immediate and meaningful to them. Again, I've never, in all the years I've done this, I've never had someone traumatized by participating in one of these activities.
Okay. So you also said that, quote, "any reasonable student would see that the mention of these topics is directly relevant and necessary for inclusion in the course, and that it has a strictly educational purpose," unquote. Did Bethany indicate that you shouldn't teach about sexual harassment in the context of history and law?
No.
No. So is it true that Bethany's report indicated she had a problem with how you taught rather than what you taught?
Obviously.
Yes. Okay.
But I'd like to say that for some especially sensitive people, just the mention of some of these topics, even though it's part of the course curriculum, can trigger emotional or psychological issues that are just waiting for a small spark to start the conflagration. Does that make sense?
It does. So I guess I'm just struggling to understand, if you know that, why you would want to involve students directly in content that is already uncomfortable and can set off sensitive students.
Because the focus of the lesson is always related to the content and always for pushing for more respect and compliance with not only the law, but just basic humanistic relationships. You know, if I don't do it for no reason, there's always a proper and good intent behind it.
Okay.
So in other words, using emotions as the juice, but it's always for a good, proper, and I think moral purpose. None of my lectures, none of my demonstrations, encourage discrimination or harassment or anything like that. It's quite the opposite.
Okay. So is it true per your testimony, when you teach on, quote, sexual issues, unquote, you, quote, aspire to leave an emotional impression on students?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Did you also say, quote, I insist that using students as exemplars in class is a good, permissible teaching technique that produces effective, emotionally powerful, and most of all, memorable learning experiences?
That was my opinion for the past 15 years. Now I've got a new data point and I'll have to consider that. But yeah, I do believe that.
Okay. So I guess we've already covered this, but I feel obligated to ask is, Bethany states that during a lesson on gender or discrimination in general in hiring, you pointed to her and said, ooh, I want to hire a pretty little white girl. What business wouldn't want a pretty little white girl working the cash register? I want to hire a pretty little white girl. Bethany wrote, I said, thanks, and kind of quiet and laughing. And then he said back, yeah, I mean, look at her. She's hot. I'd be sexually harassing her the minute she walked in. So is it true that you said this?
Is it true what?
That you said this?
Oh yeah, the trouble for having to comply with anti-harassment, the assumption that women are going to be taking more time off from the office. They're just a lot of trouble. I'm not going to even hire a woman. Those were all kind of ingredients that you typically hear for people who do discriminate. And so I wanted to touch a number of bases to represent that kind of mindset.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you said, you aspire to leave an emotional impression on students, correct?
A good emotional impression, right?
Okay, so do you admit that your aim in this demonstration was to make the student you singled out feel some kind of emotional response?
No, the class, first of all, the objective is education. I think for the class that learning can be enhanced by being intellectually interested and emotionally involved in the topic. It was absolutely irrelevant who I picked. And I thought that was absolutely clear. It's always been clear before now that it was just random choice. You happen to be sitting closest to the first person I picked. And it was not my intention to inflict any kind of harm or emotion, particularly on Bethany. It was just unfortunate for everyone involved that she was the one who got accidentally picked. And again, I've done this. I can't do the math, but many scores of sections of American government, and it's never been an issue. And it's just surprising to me that it would be an issue and then so much later cause such a traumatic reaction.
Yeah, but I just want to go back to what you said. You said it was unfortunate that Bethany got picked. So are you acknowledging the fact that whoever you pick is being made to feel uncomfortable and singled out for the benefit of the rest of the class?
No, quite the contrary. It was unfortunate that I picked Bethany because I think for any other of the 100 or so students I was teaching, it would not have been an issue if they had been pointed to.
Well, unless they felt empowered to speak up and say that, you would have no idea of knowing. Is that correct?
I empower my students to speak up. And I repeatedly encourage students, if they have a problem, please contact me. I don't try to intimidate anyone. I spend my time trying to encourage communication with my students. I'm not trying to harm my students. I'm trying to educate them and enlighten them. And when I said it's unfortunate that I picked Bethany, honestly, I think Bethany is unusually perhaps fragile. And she took this to heart in a way that I've never seen another student take it to heart before. And I'm hoping that the hearing officer will understand that there's a reasonableness and an average standard in deciding whether a practice is inappropriate or not.
Okay. Well, you did say your goal is to have your students feel some sort of emotional response, and Bethany had an emotional response to your teaching strategy. Is that?
I think she
correct?
laughed. I think she laughed.
Have you ever laughed when you were in an uncomfortable situation and didn't know how to respond?
I might have. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe. Maybe.
Are you willing to admit that that's a pretty normal human reaction to something that's uncomfortable?
I'm quite sure Bethany was feeling discomfort. What I'm saying is, I don't believe that a reasonable average person would interpret that action in class as a reason for some sort of adverse psychological reaction.
Okay. You did say that, or you referenced this in your opening statement, and your two reasons why, as far as I understood, were that your comments were okay because you were playing a character and because 30 seconds of speech should not be able to trigger an acute trauma response. Is that correct?
I don't think I don't think a reasonable person would conclude that the average student would be psychologically harmed in any way by being pointed to in a class demonstration. It was clear that it was just a random selection.
Okay, but a random selection based on gender and race, correct?
Yeah, just the first time it's race, ethnicity. Second time it's gender. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just lay out a hypothetical because I am also a teacher. So if I were
good. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. If I were teaching about the Holocaust, say I wanted to illustrate the horrors of concentration camps, and I asked all of the Jewish students in the class to identify themselves, and speaking in a German accent, I rounded them out and I called them anti-Semitic slurs. Would they not have the right to feel offended or traumatized just because I was in character and it was clear that I don't really feel that way?
If a teacher did that, I would be a witness for the complainant too.
Okay, so you agree that just because I'm in character, it's still not right.
Right. That's why I keep referring back to the entire focus of that lesson, which is to let the students understand that harassment and discrimination on whatever basis is not only legally wrong, but morally wrong. That's the difference between the two, I think.
Well, not necessarily. If I'm trying to say this is what happened and it's wrong, and how would you feel? What would you do if your Jewish classmates were all singled out in this way? It's still it's a demonstration of a bad concept.
I think that's one of the logical fallacies, argumentum ad absurdum, but I would think that would be totally improper, and I would be shocked and appalled, and I would witness for the offense.
Okay, fair enough. So you did say that 30 seconds of speech shouldn't be able to trigger an acute trauma response. It would take 2 seconds for me to call somebody, say hypothetically speaking, if I call a Black student the N-word, that takes 2 seconds.
Right.
Because that's only 2 seconds, does that mean the student can't be offended or traumatized?
No, and as a matter of fact, it's typical that the triggering events for traumatic response are quick. Like for instance, my wife witnessed her mother dying in front of her. That's like a short temporal event that resulted in a trauma response and later PTSD. The innocuousness of the gesture and the short time span combine, I think, to make it not a reasonable reason for trauma. But sure, you know, if you see your child get run over in the street, it just took 2 seconds, but you're going to be traumatized. It's the innocuousness of the demonstration that I find truly difficult to understand as a basis for trauma. And if you read the literature, there's usually a very quick and immediate traumatic response to the trigger, not months later. The counselor's diagnosis does not fit the description in every single reference that we've looked at.
I think we need to let Trinity Anderson address the questions,
Okay.
as she is the one that made the diagnosis. So I think we need to move on from that.
Okay. I had some questions about in the testimony around page 23, something about implied consent. So is it true that, as your testimony states, you, quote, begin each semester's first day clearly warning students, especially those sitting in the front row near my desk, unquote, that they may be, quote, picked for various demonstrations?
Yeah, I warn my students that they're all going to be volunteered to read the notes out loud, because I think that helps them get over the fear of public speaking, and it focuses the students' attention on the material. You probably understand that as a teacher. And I do warn the students sitting close to me, because I constantly kick up my feet on my desk. And the first reason I warn them is, you may be smelling my sneakers, which I assure them smell like strawberry ice cream. And then I tell them, you know, and also I'll be periodically picking on students for demonstrations. And, you know, I warn them, and I give them, you're probably too young, but I give them the example of the old comedian Gallagher. He used to smash fruit and splatter the people in the front row with, you know, pieces of melons or something like that. And I warn them, you know, like, if you sit in the front row, I'll probably get around to picking on you for a demonstration. And most of the students are totally cool. Over the years, I have had 2 or 3 students like, you know what, I'm moving out. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be picked on. So I did get an implied consent by Bethany, her sister, both classes picking seats right up front.
Well, your testimony says people in the front row, but isn't it true that Bethany sat in the second row?
Right, but she was the proximate student to the African American that I chose in the first part of that. So she happened to be in back, but she was the proximate student.
But if she's sitting in the second row, then she does not have this quote implied consent that you claim to have received from the kids in the front row.
You know, look, there was issues of safe distancing because of COVID. I had asked questions of Bethany and Rosie before, and neither one of them ever evidenced any reluctance to be picked on. And the second row and the first row, you know, I didn't ask Bethany to say anything, to do anything, to reveal any kind of personal information. Just sit there as an example of a white female. And
as an example of a white female being sexually harassed and objectified.
As a potential target by an employer violating the law, and I think normal morality, yeah.
Okay, so I have some questions about this counselor in Brooklyn. So you contacted a psychologist?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that a counselor needs to evaluate someone personally in order to make a diagnosis or to understand fully a person's experiences?
The psychologist that we consulted made it clear she doesn't have access to any of the notes. She hasn't talked to Bethany. She's not in a position to make a diagnosis. What she was saying is, what she told us, and she has specialized in trauma, is that Bethany's case does not present itself anything like the typical case of stress trauma. And she believes
Oh, you're breaking up.
that there were other factors influencing Bethany, and that there were other factors influencing her besides her experience in my class. And she suggested, and I agree, that if Bethany truly was, traumatized to such an extent by such an innocuous, in my mind, innocuous event last fall, that she owes it to herself, to get evaluated by a mental health professional who can diagnose, forensically diagnose a case and prescribe treatment.
Well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Counselor Anderson is a licensed professional counselor. Yes, we can agree on
Right.
that.
Right.
Okay. And Georgia Code 4310A310 allows licensed professional counselors to diagnose mental problems and conditions. Were you aware of that?
Yes, but not forensic diagnosis that's admissible in a court.
This isn't court.
This may be heading to court for wrongful termination. And
Well,
again, ma'am, my family's financial future may just seem like a well to you, but it's extremely important to me. And if I'm terminated as a result of this complaint, I may very well seek legal recourse for wrongful termination. And in that case, we're going to need a forensic examination of Bethany's mental health, both before, during, and since. And aside from my very strong interest in getting a forensically reliable diagnosis of Bethany's condition, again, I think Bethany deserves it too, not just to a counselor who can make snap diagnoses for the purposes of a school bureaucracy, but who can actually is trained and licensed to give a forensic diagnosis of a mental condition.
I think we need to try to move on. We do have people waiting in the room and Trinity Anderson is one of those who I think we can ask the question about her experience and her knowledge in these areas, and focus more on what we have to try to get done today rather than what might need to take place in the future.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay, so I have some questions about, I guess, your attitude towards this investigation. So is it true that you told at least one of your classes that you are under some sort of investigation or in trouble?
No, ma'am.
This is not true? You never told your class that a student complained about your behavior?
I told my class that I got a complaint and that, I did not share any details at all about the nature of the complaint, who made the complaint, whatever. But I did take the opportunity on that last day of class of the semester to apologize to any student that I had inadvertently made uncomfortable. It was never, I told my class it was never my intention, and I'm deeply sorry if I ever had that effect on you. I didn't mention anything in particular, but I felt that I needed to apologize to all of my students just in case they had felt some kind of discomfort.
Okay, but is it possible that you could have done that without mentioning that a student filed a complaint?
All I said was, I've got a complaint.
Okay. So I think these are my last few questions. This is just like about the twins. So you said in your statement that, quote, both twins were treated to the same alleged harassment, and yet one twin takes it all in stride and thrives, while the other is compelled to drop the class and complains of psychological injury from overwhelming traumatic experience, unquote. Now, did you make the comment about both twins or just Bethany?
Yeah, could you repeat that?
I'm asking, when you said like, oh, I want to hire a pretty little white girl, I'll hire her, whatever the quote was, did you make the comment about both twins or just Bethany?
I'm not clear about your question, but what I was saying was that it really almost approaches through natural circumstances, a scientific experiment where both subjects were exposed to the same treatment, my teaching. And the only difference was that Bethany was pointed to in an illustration about the Interstate Commerce Clause. And so it's almost like a natural experiment, and it makes one wonder. One twin felt compelled to withdraw from the class. The other stayed in the class and did very well. And if you look at it as a scientific experiment, the only X factor difference was that Bethany was pointed to in that demonstration. And I just find that very curious that
Okay, so you admit that only Bethany was pointed to? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Of the two sisters.
Was she the one you pointed to in the demonstration? It's a yes or no question.
Yeah. I
Okay,
guess,
and not Rosie.
Right, that's what I'm saying, ma'am. That Bethany being chosen rather than Rosie evidently is being credited with Bethany's failure and Rosie's success in the geography class. I find that implausible.
Okay, so I guess I just don't understand how you could find that implausible. You only made the comment to one twin. The twin you made the comment to was the one who had the reaction. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, no?
Right. And so if you're talking about causation, you're saying that Bethany's trauma and failure versus Rosie's success in the class is solely due to me pointing to her in a class demonstration. And so I'm saying if that's the only X factor difference between the experimental group and the control, Bethany and Rosie, it doesn't seem plausible to me that made such a difference. I don't think a reasonable person would think that an average student would be affected that deeply by such a trivial event.
I guess we have different definitions of trivial. So those are all the questions I have, so I'm done.
All right. Thank you. We're running further behind than I guess I had thought we would, but that's all right. I want to get thoroughness. I'd like to know whether Trinity Anderson is in the waiting room. She was going to be after Jay Webb and after Rosie. Is Rosie where she could come in a little bit later? Or I didn't see her in the waiting room, so I didn't know if she was with one of you and
She's available to join anytime. Yeah.
okay. Is there any objection if we bring Trinity Anderson in now, since she's waiting in the waiting room? And then, because she's the only one in the waiting room right now, unless you want to get Rosie in first. These are your witnesses, Bethany, so.
Oh.
Either one. I don't know if you have a preference, Bethany. Who will come in first? Do you want me to question Rosie right now? Or do you want me to question Dr. Anderson?
Well, let me ask, if we're going to do Rosie first, I need to let Trinity in just to tell her that I'm going to let her in, but then I'm going to move her back out while we finish questioning Rosie.
Well, why don't we can let Trinity go first just because Rosie can go at any time, so.
Okay, I'm going to let Trinity in.
Okay. Bethany, can you mute your chat?
All right. Yeah, I think, Trinity, I think you're in there now. We are running behind, but I appreciate you holding out there in the waiting room for a while. I have Tamaya Mosley out there now too, but you were on the witness list primarily for the complainant, and so Aleyna Rentz is her advisor, and she will be the one that will be asking the questions to start with. And then when we get to the cross-examination part of it, then the advisor for Dr. Vanzo who is Angela Vanzo, will ask questions. So I'm going to mute my mic at this time, but Aleyna, you have the floor first, and then when you complete, then we'll go to Angela Vanzo. Clear? And you can let Rosie know that we'll get to her soon.
Okay. Hi, Trinity. Nice to meet you virtually. So you work for ABAC's Counseling and Accommodations Department, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I make a statement before we kind of go into things?
I think
Is that okay with you, Dr. Baker?
Unmuted now?
Mhm.
Okay. As long as it's relative to, I mean, you have permission to speak of some of the things because a lot of what you do is confidential. And so you did have permission from Bethany to discuss some of the conversations that you've had with her, but it is, so you can have a very brief comment if you want to start, and then.
Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to Dr. Baker, I just wanted to explain some of that. So Ms. Rentz has given me permission. She signed a consent to release certain information and okayed me to answer some questions. If there's a question that comes up that I don't have permission to answer, I will have to ask Bethany for permission before I answer. I just wanted to let everyone know that.
Aleyna, you can begin.
Okay, so my next question was, can you confirm that you're a licensed professional counselor, meaning that according to Georgia law, you can legally diagnose mental disorders?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and as a counselor at ABAC, your job involves, quote, helping students with a wide range of personal and emotional difficulties, unquote. That's a quote I got from the Counseling and Accommodations Department webpage. So is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is it true that per the investigation report on page 4, Bethany came to you to talk about, quote, the effect of the stated experiences after she began to lose focus on coursework, unquote?
Yes.
Okay, so Bethany came to you because she was already feeling conflicted about staying in Dr. Vanzo's class.
Yes.
Okay. So Bethany says in the report, or I guess this was in an email, she began to feel uneasy in the respondents present. The complainant found she was unable to look at the respondent when he came into the classroom, unquote. So is this consistent with what Bethany told you during the meetings?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. Did Bethany also express that she felt, quote, uncomfortable, uneasy, and anxious around the respondent, unquote?
Yes.
Okay, so in your professional opinion, did Bethany's inability to look at her own professor during class, as well as her uneasiness and anxiety in his presence, signal to you in LPC that she was suffering from acute trauma response?
Yes, among other things, but yes.
Okay, could you explain what acute trauma response is?
Sure. So an acute trauma response, some people call that an acute stress response or an acute PTSD. It's kind of interchangeable kind of term. So it's a cognitive, behavioral, and emotional response to a stressor. So the stressor can mean anything from witnessing a car accident, being in a car accident, to sexual assault and abuse. And it comes from someone's response to that stressor, meaning that they can have mood issues, they can have anxiety, and it refers to someone's just general sense of either a threat to themselves personally or their sense of security.
Okay. Okay, so as we've already established, your job is to help students with their personal and emotional difficulties. And Bethany's email from March 5th on page 17 of the report indicates that you, as your job title mandates, counseled the complainant. Bethany wrote that, quote, Ms. Anderson believes my staying in this class is unhealthy, unquote. Was this your, did you tell Bethany that?
I'm not sure if that's exactly what I said, but
Mhm.
something along those lines. I didn't feel it was to her best interest. Yeah.
Yeah. So to help Bethany overcome her acute trauma response, did you suggest that she might need to remove herself from the stressor triggering the response, or in other words, drop the class?
Yes.
Yes, but this was a suggestion and not a directive.
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, you were just doing your job by suggesting to the student an action that would benefit her mental health.
Yes.
Okay, those are all the questions that I have for you.
Okay.
Angela? Do you have any questions for Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Dean, I do. When did you first speak to Bethany?
I believe that was March 4th.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to Bethany on a counseling basis?
I don't have permission to answer that question.
Is it possible to get permission?
Yes, and then I would have to check my notes and count up the number of times that I've seen her.
Can you ask for a
And-
ballpark number?
And this there's no.
And you do not have your notes with you.
I can get them.
Is it possible to get them and ask for permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bethany, I can get on here. Do I have permission to answer the question of how many times we've seen each other?
Yes.
Okay. If you give me a second, I can look that up.
Sure.
Yes, that was 6 times.
Okay. When was the last time you spoke to Bethany on a counseling basis?
Again, Bethany, do I have permission to answer that?
Yes.
Let me check my notes again. May 11th was the last time we spoke in person.
Okay.
In person being Zoom.
Okay. And when you spoke to her, did you give her a diagnosis?
On March 4th, yes, I did.
And what was that diagnosis?
Acute trauma response.
Which is also known as acute stress disorder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that acute stress disorder presents itself within hours to days and usually subsides after 1 month?
No, that's not always the case.
Okay. What makes that different?
You ask a rather complicated question. I'll try to summarize that the best I can, but it's up to the individual and it can be the amount of severity of the issue. It can present itself months from now. It can present itself the very next day, immediately following. It depends on the person and the situation.
It's the typical one. It's the
Yeah.
typical. Okay.
You also asked me how long that this, you said typically goes away in 1 month. That's not necessarily the case either. People can have a response that can last for years.
Right. So when she presented with acute stress disorder, typically the acute distress disorder presents itself. When it presents itself, they have symptoms within hours to days, subsiding after a month. But after 1 month, do you agree that the patient or student in this case would have to be reevaluated and diagnosed with PTSD?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, your question initially is that the person is struggling with something at the beginning and has a response to that stressor immediately. That doesn't necessarily mean that happens, as I said, immediately. You can have a reaction to something that occurred and symptoms can build up over time. And that is what I saw.
But all the information on acute stress disorder, no matter when it presents itself, says the symptoms would usually subside within 1 month. If they persist longer than 1 month, there is a diagnosis of PTSD. Correct?
What is, can you rephrase that?
If, let's say, November 9th, she didn't show symptoms. She didn't start showing symptoms till March. The Bethany in this case could be showing symptoms that typically they typically subside after 1 month. But if they do not subside after 1 month, then the patient is reevaluated, and it's usually for PTSD because they kind of run hand in hand. And
Not always.
Don't argue with her, just proceed.
okay,
Step by this.
So I want to address what you said, in that I can't comment to what Bethany was feeling before I saw her. So I don't know what her symptoms presented like at that point. When I saw her, that is the diagnosis that I gave her, given the presenting issues that she came to me with. Could she later be diagnosed with PTSD? Yes.
do you agree that to develop acute stress disorder, it must be an exceptional stressor, such as overwhelming severe trauma? Please stop. As overwhelming severe trauma, for example, a death in the family, sexual assault, rape, war, etc.
Can you say the first sentence of your question there again?
Do you agree that to develop acute stress disorder, it must be an exceptional stressor such as overwhelming severe trauma, example, death in the family, sexual assault, rape, war, etc.?
No.
Why is that? When
The term you're using is exceptional. That is a relative term and subjective term. What may be an extreme stressor to you may not be an extreme stressor to me. Everybody responds differently to situations.
Correctly, I understand that, but
In an administrative setting, should we apply a reasonable standard for what exceptional is?
all the literature, including the ICD-10 codes, the DSM-5 codes, they all state that it has to be something, a stressor such as sexual assault, rape, war. This hardly comes close to a stressor as these examples.
And what is your question?
Move on.
Please stop.
Please move on.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to answer your question in the best way possible. But
Okay.
you're asking me to comment on what may be an extreme stressor for someone versus someone else. You can have I'll give you an example. So you may have a trauma response or a PTSD response to witnessing a car accident. And the person who is in the car accident may have no response whatsoever.
Could you have a stress response to seeing a black cat if you were raised with superstitions?
Could you have a stress response if you saw a black cat and you were raised with superstitions?
That would depend on your response to the black cat. Do you present with those kind of symptoms that are associated with that?
Is the black cat culpable in any way for the stress?
Yeah. Is the black cat culpable anyway for the stress?
I wouldn't say that they were culpable. I would say it could be a trigger.
What I'm saying is when you look up acute stress disorder, it's showing that it has to be something so stressful, such as sexual assault, rape, war, and this does not rise to that level.
I see that is your perhaps opinion. That is not my opinion, and that's not how I've been trained to view trauma.
Okay. Was Bethany reevaluated by you 4 weeks after presenting with ASD?
Bethany, do I have permission to answer that question?
Yes.
Oh, I think your camera went off.
I said yes.
Okay. So say that again. Was she reevaluated?
Reevaluated, reassessed by you 4 weeks after presenting with severe trauma.
Yes.
But you still left her diagnosis as ASD.
That would not be my diagnosis going forward, no.
What was the diagnosis going forward?
So I want to explain that this is not an exact science, but I would probably diagnose her with PTSD if symptoms continued.
Okay. Got that. Well, some of the standard treatment when someone presents with ASD to prevent it from getting worse is trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. Did you ever have sessions with her focused on cognitive behavioral therapy.
That is one treatment method, and yes.
Did you ever refer to Bethany to a medical doctor for an evaluation to check for any underlying medical issues, drug use, or try to refer her to a forensic psychologist to check for comorbidities?
No,
Why not?
she wasn't presenting with those issues or anything that would indicate a referral to a more higher level of care.
She's sliding into PTSD. You don't think that requires a higher level
Yeah.
of care?
If she was going in, if she was re-diagnosed with PTSD, you don't feel that that would require a higher level of care?
No, I am a trained certified trauma-informed therapist. I have been doing trauma therapy for 17 years.
Okay.
Do you believe that Bethany was repeatedly traumatized every time she was in the presence of Dr. Vanzo?
Yes, perhaps.
Can you agree that that is all very subjective and based on self-report, and that Bethany would need a forensic psych evaluation?
No,
Why?
you don't need a psych evaluation from a psychiatrist to be diagnosed with PTSD or acute trauma response.
And this is just something I noticed on the report, and it's just for the record. Did you read the initial report and the final report?
I've read parts of it.
Were those parts what the investigator quoted speaking to you about to make sure it was correct?
Yes,
Did you give the investigator the definition for acute stress reaction?
yes.
It's my understanding right now that there are IC9 or ICD-9 and ICD-10 codes used, and that the definition listed by the investigator is an ICD-11 code that does not go into effect until January 1st, 2022 per the World Health Organization.
I think you may be confusing ICD-9 codes, which are used by medical professionals. So such as you go to the doctor, you're diagnosed with diabetes, that comes with a code.
Right.
The diagnosis that we're talking about comes from the DSM-5.
Okay.
So
Well,
ICD-9 codes are used for insurance. I don't take insurance.
exactly. Well, this is why I'm saying that, because word for word, it's listed as an ICD-11 code that is still in draft and not in use yet. Word for word on the report.
I wasn't aware of that. That was in the report, no.
Okay. Do you agree that in reference to the epidemiology of acute stress disorder, that Bethany may have risk factors along with female gender that could include prior trauma, prior mental disorder, avoidant coping, and hyperarousal that you are not aware of?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Do you agree that in reference to the epidemiology of acute stress disorder, that Bethany may have risk factors along with female gender that could include prior trauma, prior mental disorder, avoidant coping, and hyperarousal that you are not aware of?
Are you asking, can she have those other conditions and myself not be aware of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And my last question to you,
Mhm.
if I told you that a well-respected cognitive and clinical psychologist with a PhD and 20 plus years experience with trauma as a focus of research disagrees with your diagnosis of Bethany, how would you feel?
How would I feel about that contradiction?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm not aware that Bethany was seeing that clinical psychologist, so I'm not sure someone reading papers or not having seen her personally or provided an evaluation would have an effective diagnosis.
Okay, would you agree that Bethany needs to be assessed by a forensic psychologist
No,
because of the subjective nature?
I don't know what you mean by a forensic psychologist. I'm not familiar with that term. There are psychologists, there are psychiatrists, there are counselors, there are therapists, there's licensed social workers, there's doctorate social workers. I'm not familiar with a forensic psychologist diagnosing anyone.
Psychologist.
From what I understand of a forensic psychologist, they are looking at forensic issues.
The psychologist.
Okay. Well, would you agree that Bethany needs to be assessed by an independent, not related to the school, psychologist for diagnosis because of potential conflict of interest with you being an employee?
Are you saying that because I'm an employee, I couldn't evaluate a student?
No,
That would kind of eliminate my entire position at the school, wouldn't it?
no. I am not saying that you can't and that you're not licensed to, but an independent psychologist
Rather than a counselor.
rather than a school counselor psychologist that is associated with the school.
I'm not sure what my association with the school, how that impacts Bethany's treatment or would impact Bethany's treatment.
Do you recommend her that she be assessed by a
Right.
psychologist? Just say that.
I did.
Just say that.
Would you recommend that Bethany be assessed by a psychologist?
I would if symptoms continued. I would probably refer her to someone in the area if that was her choice.
Well, it's been well beyond a month. And she's been diagnosed with PTSD. So why would that not be an option if the trauma is so severe as it's being stated in this investigative report? Why would that not be an option?
It's always an option. Bethany can choose to do that.
Okay. Okay. No more questions.
Okay.
Trinity, I have one follow-up question before you leave. The report was written based on conversations that occurred back in March. So while I appreciate the question that Angela just asked, my focus is back on what was happening in March when this report was written. And that's the basis of which I've got to try to assess some of this. Now, I realize new information can come in at any point in this hearing that I need to consider. But your initial diagnosis and your continuing seeing her was based on your role as a counselor in our student development center. So is there
Yes.
anything that you think has changed that I need to be aware of from when she first presented herself?
Can you kind of clarify what you mean?
Well, I mean, my focus was on what was in the report initially, and now I'm hearing information that this has continued to maybe be a problem, but that's beyond necessarily the scope of what the initial charges were.
Yes. So so Bethany has allowed me to say that I'm continuing to see her. I think that these events that have happened since then can be further triggering events, yes.
Okay.
Does it now perhaps rise to the level of a PTSD, perhaps?
Okay. With no more questions for Trinity, I'm going to let her exit. We have 5 people in the waiting room. It is 11 o'clock. Do we need to take a short break before we have any other witnesses?
Sir, can I ask one more question of Ms. Anderson?
Not sure oh yeah, she's still there.
I'm still here.
Well, your advisor could ask the question.
Yeah. If the condition continued to worsen without exposure to vanzo, how does that reflect on vanzo as the cause of the condition?
If Bethany's condition continued to worsen without exposure to Dr. Vanzo,
Then what does that say about vanzo as the source of the
then
condition?
what does that say about Dr. Vanzo as the source of that condition,
The trigger.
the trigger?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. What does that say about him? What do you mean?
Bethany's condition has not improved,
Right.
but she's
Okay.
been removed from my exposure. So what does
Okay.
that mean?
Bethany's condition has not improved, but she's been removed from the exposure to Dr. Vanzo. So what does that mean?
Well, I give you an example that let's use a severe extreme case in your words, a rape victim. A rape victim has to meet with her lawyer, has to meet with the other people involved in the case. That can be a re-triggering event. So every time that the student or the person is presented with information that is related to the initial stressor, can reproduce a stress response.
Over re-triggering events. Could it be that
Could it be that your
sessions-
sessions with her were re-triggering events?
Yes, talking about trauma can be a triggering event. Yes, I'm trained in how to manage that. Yes.
And are you going to continue after this with therapy with Bethany?
That is up to Bethany.
Okay. And I just want to make one last statement. Just something that was brought to light yesterday. You know, acute stress disorder can come about the death of a family member. So there's going to be added stress to Bethany as of yesterday. How is that going to affect her? And that's not, I'm not
We
sure
don't
how
have
to
any more
word that.
questions. I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Trinity.
Okay.
Um,
So I can exit now?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, we have, is Rosie still there?
She is, but can we take a break possibly?
Yes, I'm gonna send a note to everyone in the waiting room that we're gonna take a short break. And it is now 11:08, 11:15, okay, 7-minute break? Okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. or Dean Baker, when are we coming back?
And at 11:15.
Okay, thank you.
Again, so we're now recording. I have Jay Webb is not in the waiting room right now. Tamaya Mosley is. So I'm going to let Tamaya in at this time. Tamaya, do you hear me? I don't see her.
It says like there's like a loading thing under her name. On mine it says like connecting to ...
Okay,
So I feel like she's still,
she's not here yet.
yeah.
Okay. Let's see. She doesn't have a camera and doesn't have a microphone. Tamaya, if you're able to hear me, I don't show that you have a camera or a microphone. Do you see a chat box, Tamaya? All right. Tamaya, if you can hear me, I think you need to try to re-enter. I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room. Then I'm gonna let you try to come back in. If I go back up here. Huh. I don't know. Where did she go now?
Cancel that. What's your name? I'm gonna be able to do it. Over on the other one. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, there's
Tamaya. Tamaya, I can see a camera now. I don't see that you have a microphone, and I don't see you in the picture.
Oh, there she is.
Tamaya, do you have a microphone? Okay, she's connecting. There you are. All right, Tamaya, my name is Jerry Baker. I'm the provost at ABAC. and you are asked to be a witness. We are conducting a hearing. There are some questions that I think both the respondent and the claimant would like to ask. So we're going to start first with Aleyna Rentz. Aleyna?
Hi, Tamaya. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. I really only have one question for you, which is, could you confirm that during class on November 9th, Dr. Vanzo pointed to Bethany and said, "Ooh, I want to hire a pretty little white girl. What business wouldn't want to hire a pretty little white girl? Or what business wouldn't want a pretty little white girl working the cash register? I want to hire a pretty little white girl. Yeah, I mean, look at her. She's hot. I'd be sexually harassing her the minute she walked in."
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that is all that I have to ask.
Angela, you have, this is Angela Vanzo. She is the advisor for Dr. Vanzo.
Hey, Ms. Mosley.
Okay, Miss Mosley. Do you remember being involved in one of Dr. Vanzo's lectures about racial and sexual discrimination in hiring?
Yes, I do. Oh, like little bits of it.
Okay. Did the experience of Dr. Vanzo pointing to you as an example of a theoretical minority job applicant traumatize you in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you think the average student would be traumatized by Dr. Vanzo's lecture?
I don't think so, but it also depends like on how sensitive they are.
Okay. Do you ever feel that Dr. Vanzo personally discriminated against you on the basis of your race or gender?
No.
Okay. Do you feel like you learned anything in Dr. Vanzo's American government class?
Yes.
Yes? Did you want her to continue?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's enough.
Okay. Do you remember what grade you got in Dr. Vanzo's class?
I want to say I got E. When I calculated, I think it was an 88 or 89 in his class. I know it was a
Okay.
B. A B.
Okay. Congrats.
Okay.
Did you feel that Dr. Vanzo's teaching techniques were making learning more interesting, or did his techniques make it impossible to learn?
I think they made them interesting, but you know, with certain people, like you can't cross certain lines.
Okay, thank you, Miss Mosley.
You're welcome.
Ms. Mosley.
You're welcome.
All right. I don't have any questions for you at this time, so you're free to go. Thank you for waiting and being patient with us today, as it's taken longer than I thought it would.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're excused now. Thank you. Trying to go back to where we were earlier.
There's Dr. Webb. This is kind of interesting.
Dr. Webb, are you here with us?
You admit it.
That's Jimmy Ballinger. Dr. Webb? I see a camera, but I don't see, oh, I got Jimmy Ballinger. Jimmy, are you in?
Yes, sir. I can hear.
Okay, maybe I clicked on you. Okay. That's fine. You're in the room. We'll let you go on. I was thinking I clicked on somebody else, but that's okay. Is Brannigan Webb in the room too? I don't know how I did this. I'm gonna put back in the waiting room.
Yeah, since he's not at his thing.
Okay. I think who's in the room right now is the complainant, the respondent, the two advisors, myself, and Nancy is sitting here in the room with me. So unless someone sees someone else that I'm not seeing on the screen, you are asked to be a witness, but you are also the investigator. The process is that the advisors to the complainant and respondent are the ones that do ask the questions. I will only primarily interrupt if I think a question is either redundant or inappropriate. Otherwise, the questions will be going forward. And we'll start, since you were listed as a witness for the respondent, I'm going to let Angela Vanzo go first, since this is one of the witnesses that they requested. Angela, you may proceed.
Sir, could I just have 1 minute because we're going out of expected order and I'm having to shuffle papers here for a second.
Yes.
Did you promise to send Dr. Renzo additional details regarding the accusations?
Okay, next.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Ballinger, can you please explain for us the 3 prongs of sexual harassment as defined by sexual misconduct policy 6.7?
Okay, so basically I'm referring right back to the report that I wrote. And this is other than student on student. So we hold professors and employees of the college to a higher standard. That's where the 3rd prong comes into play, where it's sufficiently severe, persistent, or pervasive. If it was student on student, that would read and instead of or.
Say underneath that,
Okay.
it says, quote that and say it says
Okay.
and.
Okay. I'm just going to make a quote that's off the sexual misconduct policy. The USG also prohibits unwelcome conduct determined by a reasonable person to be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies a person equal access to a USG education program or activity in violation to Title IX.
So it must be severe, pervasive. And
That is correct, based on student on student.
no.
This is
No.
6.7.1, where it says other than student on student.
Right. No, I wasn't doing student on
Right
student.
after that, it says.
Right after that, under
the 3
other
prongs.
than student on student, under the 3 prongs, it says the USG also prohibits unwelcome conduct determined by a reasonable person to be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it would effectively deny a person equal access to a USG education program or activity in violation of Title IX. Is that correct, that it is and not or?
The part that I put in the report pertaining to prong number 3 was severe, persistent, or pervasive. I went back and looked at training, and based on my training, this was the prong that I used. And this was also discussed with Natasha, who is an attorney with University System of Georgia.
Out of date.
Okay.
Were you
Is-
trained
is-
on the
is
2020
this-
guidance?
Is this the 2020 guidance?
Yes, this was from my fall 2000 update training in November.
Okay.
To violate Title IX, according to the 2020 guidance. Read that.
Okay. Because I have a quote here, analyzing the Department of Education's final Title IX rules on sexual misconduct. And it says to,
2020 rule.
I'm sorry, 2020 rule. To violate Title IX, all other forms of unwelcome conduct must be so serious, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies a person equal access to an educational program. I don't know what you're getting at.
So, and
I don't understand what you're getting.
read that.
Okay. What I need to read there?
Okay, we've got some confusion here. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I do understand what Dr. Vanzo's question is. It's pertaining to the or the and. And that is a
Right.
big difference. That is a big difference, or and. And the way it was explained to me was if it was a student to student, it was and if it was other than student, it's an or, because they have to be held to a higher standard.
Can you verify that that was based on the 2020 guidance?
Can you verify that that was based on the 2020 guidance
From the Department of Education.
from the Department of Education?
Do you see the sub note that I put in there, 6.7.1, sexual misconduct policy 1, and then I provide a link to the policy manual?
Well, I don't even have the right thing, John.
We're going to have to let that slide. We don't have that paper with us. Okay, I don't have.
Let me interrupt real quickly, just for a moment. I'm calling legal affairs to see if it's the or the and, because there does seem to be a difference between what you're quoting as the 2020 policy and what I've been told. I was always told here recently that it's or, not and. But if you go on to your next question, I will try to get an answer to that in a moment.
Sir, my understanding is that under the Obama administration, it was lowered to an or, but as a result, later in the Trump, it was and. But let's proceed.
Yes, I know recently over the summer, this past summer, not this summer, but last summer, it has made some changes and updates. So I'm glad Dr. Baker is getting some clarification there.
How can professors be expected to follow the compliance, the rules when it changes so often? Do you think it's difficult for employees to follow the rules?
You gotta write that down.
Oh my God. Okay, so do you
Okay. You have to say it out loud.
it's difficult?
Are you waiting for another question for Mr. Ballinger?
Yeah, I have to write it out. Following latest guidance when they change so often. Change so often. Do you think it's reasonable?
Mr. Ballinger, do you think it's reasonable for professors to follow the latest guidance when they change so often?
I think it's reasonable for us as professors to definitely be held to the highest standard of possible. Yes. Whatever the standards are.
Yeah. Okay, then we don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Aleyna, do you have any questions for Mr. Ballinger?
I don't think so. No.
All right, Jimmy, thank you for being here today and for being patient with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right. If I go back to kind of where we thought we were supposed to be, is Rosie ready? I can bring her in, I think.
Yes, she's ready.
Let's see.
Where's my question?
It says it's connecting. We can see yours. Okay.
Wait, can you hear me?
Rosie, yes, we can hear you. Thank you for being here and thank you for being patient. We are running a little behind. Familiar with why we're here, and you were asked to be a witness for your sister. And so Aleyna will start off first with the questions, and then we will move to the respondent and his advisor to ask questions. So Aleyna, if you're ready, looks like Rosie's ready. I can see her and hear her. So please proceed.
All right. Hello, Rosie.
Hey.
So my first question for you, this is just a yes or no question. Was Dr. Vanzo a funny and engaging teacher?
At times, yeah.
Yeah, at times.
Yeah.
That's
at times.
what I wanted to hear. Is it also possible that he sometimes said things that were offensive?
Yes, absolutely.
So the two are not mutually exclusive. You can be a good teacher in some respects while also doing things that make students uncomfortable.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. Now, can you confirm to me that during class on November 9th, Dr. Vanzo pointed to Bethany and said, "Oh, I want to hire a pretty little white girl, while a business, blah, blah, blah." That whole thing that we've said a million times.
Yes, I can confirm that that was said.
Okay, good. Now, you told me that Dr. Vanzo mentioned or referenced the investigations during class on 2 occasions. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, there was the last day of class. I don't think he directly said that there was an investigation going on, but he did say there was a complaint from this class, like in particular the class that I was in. And I can see him shaking his head. I can confirm. I have it on a recording. There was another class period where we were trying to get a video to work, and we switched from one classroom to another across the hall. And he didn't say it directly. He didn't even say it at all, but a student suggested maybe your account's under investigation. And he just kind of paused and said, "I hope not." And he didn't say anything after that. But the student that did mention maybe your account's under investigation was questioned by Mr. Ballinger. So I don't know if there was any correlation there, but yeah.
Okay. What else did I want to ask you? Okay, so we've heard some things this morning about how you, unlike Bethany, stayed in the class, did really well, seemed totally unaffected. Is it true that you and Bethany, despite being identical, are 2 separate people
Oh yeah.
with 2 separate ways of perceiving the world and reacting to things?
Yes.
And
and
that
we
you
have
were
our
not
own-
pointed? What?
We have our own experiences. So
This is true. And it was not your experience to be pointed at and called out in a demonstration of sexual harassment, correct?
yes, that is correct.
So it makes sense that you did not react, considering twin telepathy does not exist and you and Bethany don't share emotions, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Do I have anything else to ask you? No, I don't. Okay. Thank you, Rosie.
All right. Angela?
Okay. Now I breathe on you.
Angela, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay. What did you want me to do? All of this?
Just skip it. Why don't you go there?
Okay. You stated you became uncomfortable when Dr. Vanzo showed a movie about Italy. The movie was not about Italy, it was about Russia. Were you aware that Dr. Vanzo directed a comment at 2 male students in the back of the room that were making suggestive comments about the female gymnast's legs to shut them down ASAP to maintain a safe environment?
I do not remember that happening. No. I'm sorry, I mistaken the video for another country. We watch a lot of videos in that class, so it's natural to get confused. But I do not remember him stopping other students from saying comments about a girl in the video.
Could that happen in the back of the room without you hearing?
It's possible, but yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I don't see what that has to do with.
Well, because there was a statement that that you made saying Dr. Vanzo referred to the female gymnast's legs, and it made you uncomfortable because you were about the same age as them. That's why I'm asking. So how could that make you uncomfortable?
No, could he have been addressing students that you didn't hear?
Could he have been addressing students that you didn't hear?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Could he have been making a comment to students that you didn't hear?
Could he have been making comments to students that you did not hear?
No, I don't think that's possible because nobody was talking in the classroom.
No, it was at the end of class. It was at the end of class.
It was at the end of class.
And
No,
people
I
knew.
heard his comment during the video about the girl.
Did you record that class meeting?
Did you record that class meeting?
It's possible, but usually whenever we were watching a video, I would pause the recording because I figured maybe nobody would say anything while we were watching the movie. I mean, it is possible because I've recorded, whenever we did watch videos in class before, but I'm not sure about this particular one. It is possible.
Okay.
Okay. Are you aware that Mallory West does not recall any comments about bikini pictures, nor did she feel that Dr. Vanzo was in any way derogatory toward women?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. Was your friend Shelby Lane perhaps gossiping or bragging that she might have filed a complaint against Dr. Vanzo?
I don't think so. No, it sounded more as a warning to me because I told her I was having Dr. Vanzo in the following semester. I saw her in the summer of 2020 and I was having Dr. Vanzo in the next few months following. And when I told her that, she told me what happened with Mallory, though she didn't say the girl's name in that moment. But it was more as a warning is what it sounded like.
Okay. Well, that's been, well, that's been dismissed by Mallory West, so we'll just move on.
Go to Belk.
Okay. Are you friends with Kaylee Belk?
I was closer to her when I was in high school, but we've kind of parted ways since she left ABAC and got a couple of jobs. So not really friends anymore, but we talk very occasionally.
About Dr. Vanzo.
About Dr. Vanzo?
Not in particular. No.
Okay. Are you aware of Dr. Vanzo's policy that if you're late to class and do not have time to finish an exam, that you are sent to an empty classroom to finish?
I wasn't aware of that until this semester.
Okay.
I have no questions.
Okay.
I have no more questions.
Okay. Dr. Vanzo has no more questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Rosie. I think
Let's go.
you can exit now.
Mute me.
Thank you.
Mute me.
All right. Let's go back to where we should have been earlier today. I'm going to invite, which I thought I was doing a moment ago, Dr. Webb. I can see you moving around. I don't hear anything. Where's he at? I admitted Dr. Webb to the room, but now I don't see him. Does anybody else see him on here? He's not in the waiting room anymore either. Not sure. I don't see him in the room, so let me go on. We have Kim Dixon in the waiting room, and she was one of the witnesses for Dr. Vanzo. I've not seen Kaylee Belk in the waiting room yet, but we have Kim Dixon and a Valerie Bainon. Is that how you pronounce her last name? Okay.
Bainon. It's Bainon.
Bainon. Okay, we had Kim Dixon on the list first, so I'll let her in, and then Valerie. Is that all right? Oops. Who came in?
Valerie.
Valerie, come in.
All right. I'm not hitting these things right, I guess, on my.
What?
I don't like these slide pads things, but anyway, I apologize. Valerie, you're in the room with us, I think now, is that right?
Correct.
All right. We're here to conduct a hearing, and you were called as a witness for Dr. Vanzo. And so the process is that his advisor, Angela Vanzo, will ask questions first, and then there will be cross-examination by Aleyna Rentz, who's the advisor for Bethany. So Angela, if you're ready, please proceed.
Sure. Good morning, Valerie.
Good morning.
When you encountered the Rent sisters at the John Ossoff rally, did they seem to you to be in any way distressed, uncomfortable, or unhappy in their interactions with Dr. Vanzo?
No, actually, they were not. When I encountered them, when I first arrived at the event, a lot of the students were off to one side, and you and your daughter and Dr. Vanzo were off to on the other side, and they were more or less kind of beckoning him over to go ahead and speak to him. And when we did arrive, I was introduced to them and I recognized their last name. And I said, I used to be an administrator over at the old Bainbridge College, and we used to have a nursing instructor named Betty Rentz. It's like, I wonder if y'all are related to her. And they were rather distracted. They were actually more interested in wanting to talk to Dr. Vanzo more so than they were to me. And I was like, okay, that's all right. And I understand that. And so wasn't exactly sure what the relationship was, but I didn't worry too much about that. and they seem rather engaging. Their body language struck me as being more rather open and very much engaging as far as wanting to, encouraging communication. My background is communication, so it's from an academic standpoint, that's kind of where my direction is at. But their nonverbal cues seem to strike me as they were much more engaged, more so than repelled at any point.
Okay. And approximately for how long have you known Dr. Vanzo?
He joined Bainbridge College probably about 21 years ago, I believe. And I was an administrator there, and we were co-workers since then.
She is familiar with your teaching practices.
Okay, well, that's that.
Okay. Because you worked at Bainbridge College and you've known Dr. Vanzo for so long, are you familiar with his teaching practices?
Yes. He actually has some it's very interesting because when Dr. Vanzo first came on board, he was seen as sort of an outsider and a very different person. In fact, some people were actually a little hesitant to go ahead and accept him in. This is Southwest Georgia. It's a rather close-knit community. And so he was actually using different kinds of tools and devices in an effort to engage with the students. And now understanding, and I'm kind of speaking to the choir, I'm sure, especially with the college administration and folks in this area. But Southwest Georgia has a lot of difficulties, let's say. We're probably one of the most highly impoverished congressional districts in the United States. From a public health standpoint, where I come from, we have a lot of high incidence of illicit drug use, teen pregnancy. We have a lot of difficulties in those areas, a lot of learning difficulties in those areas. So, and also now with a generation that tends to spend a lot more time on social media and using smartphones, you're having to kind of break through the clutter in order to go ahead and reach your students with a lot of your information. So Dr. Vanzo has actually used some very interesting tactics. Role playing is a very good one in the classroom to kind of break through the noise and kind of break up a lot of that. It kind of reminds me of a history professor I once had that used to dress in different costumes and would come in one day dressed as George Washington, and he would tell us all about what crossing the Delaware was like. Or he would come in and dress as Abraham Lincoln and give the Gettysburg Address. So those are things that stick with you. I mean, I've been in education for a long time, and so experiencing that kind of in the classroom sort of breaks up the whole death by PowerPoint and reading the 3-hour monotone lecture. So, and all these years now, I still remember that history teacher.
Okay. And my last question for you, as former president of the Georgia chapter of the National Organization for Women, did you ever see Dr. Vanzo harass or discriminate against anyone based on race, gender, or any other protected category?
No, I did not. In fact, if anything, he was actually very active with a program we had called the Minority Affairs Program, and very involved with a lot of the student success programs that we offered when I was there at Bainbridge College. He was very engaging with a lot of students. He's been a very popular teacher for a very long time. And so as we've moved along, there have been a lot of student success projects that we had back in the days, working in community college and working in the 2-year sector, also working with non-traditional students and students of color, making sure that we're providing inclusive arrangements for everyone so that everybody has access to the same education opportunities.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions we had for you. Thank you, Ms. Bainon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Valerie.
Vanan, sorry.
Aleyna, you can go forward now.
Okay, so as soon as you started talking, Valerie, I got a bunch of messages from my sister saying they do not know who you are. They have never met you. So I'm a little confused as to the veracity of your testimony.
I'm a little surprised because Bethany was on my LinkedIn last night checking out my profile. So I'm pretty much an open book, and I'm not exactly sure what my relationship with ABAC or how you don't know who I am, where that comes from. I was there. I actually have plenty of pictures and loads of videos from that event.
Okay, well, I'm not denying that you were not there. What I'm saying is the twins say they did not interact with you at all.
No, I pretty much remember seeing them there.
You saw them, you didn't interact with them.
Yeah, I did. I actually interacted. I actually spoke to the folks there. I actually spoke to them. I was introduced to them. So yeah.
Well, I guess somebody is lying. I don't know who, but they say that they did not speak to you. They don't know who you are. So,
well, I have a clean level 2 FBI background check. So I think somebody is misremembering things, and it's not me.
Well, that has nothing to do with this. So I'm going to move on.
It does. It lends to credibility, and defamation of character is unacceptable.
Okay. Well, anyways, you said that professors need to, quote, break through the clutter, unquote, to get students' attention. I am also a teacher, so I'm very familiar with that challenge. But is it true that it's possible to, quote, break through the clutter, unquote, and be engaging without singling students out and making them feel uncomfortable?
Having read the complaint, it doesn't strike me that there was anybody being made uncomfortable. It is actually a point of, you are in a class, you're not there. It's not like you're forced to be there. You're paying tuition to attend a college class, and your job is to go ahead and actually be an active participant in your education. So there is no actual, please don't interrupt. So there is no actual situation here that's taking place. What this is if you're called upon to read from a textbook, if you're called upon to answer a question, those are moments where you shouldn't be uncomfortable in that area. If that's a situation that a student is feeling uncomfortable when they're called upon, or if this is a situation that's kind of difficult for them, then there's something else that's going on there. And it has less to do with the interaction in the classroom and more to do with there's a personality issue that's taking place there, and maybe something needs to be addressed outside of the classroom.
So you read the report. You were familiar with what the accusation was? Yes or no? Okay. Well, was she called upon to answer a question or called upon to read?
She was merely actually just go ahead and defined as she is another student in the classroom. So she is a participant in the classroom.
That's not an answer to my question.
Yes, it is.
You didn't answer my question.
It is. And so you're going to the continuous rush to go ahead and actually generate an insensitive and really appalling attitude here is that somehow somebody was actually offended by something that takes place in a classroom every day.
Really?
So
Because I'm in a classroom every day and I don't sexually harass my students. That's not something that takes place every day.
Well, sexual harassment didn't take place here, but
well,
thanks
it
anyway.
actually did. So.
And were you
Just
there?
a minute, please. The rules of decorum is we're going to be respectful, and I am having difficulty with the attitudes. We're trying to address the definition of University System of Georgia's sexual harassment. I do have confirmation that it is or, it is not and. So it's either or these conditions exist. I think we need to focus on questions that relate to either your knowledge of the complainant or what you saw or observed in the at the rally. If you have no other knowledge beyond that, then I don't know how you can speak to what happened in that classroom on the day that this apparently took place. Go ahead, Aleyna.
Okay. Yeah, so Dr. Vanzo, he pointed to Bethany, and this is in the testimony. So if you read this, then you know. He said, "Ooh, I want to hire a pretty little white girl. What business wouldn't want to hire a pretty little white girl to work at the cash register? I want to hire a pretty little white girl. Yeah, I mean, look at her. She's hot. I'd be sexually harassing her the minute she walked in." Now, here are 2 yes or no questions. In this instance, is he asking her to read from a book? Yes or no?
What you're missing out on is
I
the fact
said
there is
yes or no.
context. You are missing out on context, and
No,
I am
I know
finding
the
that highly
context.
offensive.
I'm asking you a yes or no question. Did he ask her to read from a book? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Did he call on her to answer a question? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So he singled her out based on her appearance to make an example of her for the class so that they could empathize with somebody being sexually harassed. Yes or no?
There is no yes or no to that.
Well, there is. It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not. But the situation is that this simply is taken out of context. Dr. Vanzo was portraying a character in a way to emphasize what a negative situation would look like, and how a situation, how the laws are standing in so that you can go ahead and actually protect yourself in the workplace.
Aware of what
so
he
where
was
that is.
doing. I'm well aware of the whole local yokel Southern good old boy thing that he was doing, which in itself is offensive to kids who have thick Southern accents, but that's a whole nother thing. So
as somebody who's actually been on the other side of this and has actually experienced the local yokel and experienced this kind of harassment and trauma, no, this is very real. This happens every day. It still goes on. It's 2021. And we're still having the situation taking place now.
I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that to put on a fake Southern accent in front of your students who are all from Southwest Georgia and then act the part of someone who's racist and sexist implies that everybody who is Southern and speaks that way acts that way.
He was portraying a character.
That does not matter. If I got up in front of my class and said I'm portraying a Nazi character and then called Jewish students a bunch of slurs, I'm still calling them bad names.
That's not even close.
It is. And now I'm done asking you questions, so please leave.
All right. Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Let me see who I've got in the waiting room now. Now maybe I can try to get Dr. Webb a minute ago. Dr. Webb, are you back?
Apparently his battery died.
Oh.
That is the word that I am getting, but he will be here when he can.
Well, if he can't go now, I might let Kim Dixon in.
Fine.
Dr. Webb, are you able to join us at this time?
This is connecting.
It says it's connecting, but it must be having bandwidth problems or something. Dr. Webb, we don't hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry about the delay in all this. It's my guidance on how much time to allow wasn't very helpful. But anyway, we appreciate you being here now. You were called as a witness for the complainant, and the process is Bethany chose an advisor who is Aleyna Rentz. And so the advisors are the one that do the questions. So Leyna will ask you some questions, and when she's finished, then Dr. Vanzo's advisor we'll have the opportunity for some cross-examination questions. So
Okay.
with that, Aleyna, please proceed.
All right. Hi, Dr. Webb. Thanks for coming in. I think I only have 2 questions for you. So the first is Title IX Deputy Coordinator Dr. Franzel Mathis Pertia's, I hope I said her name right, email on page 15 of the report says that Bethany talked to you about the incident. So could you tell us, as well as you remember, just the gist of this meeting you had with Bethany and what was said?
Yeah, I think it was after class, sometime in February, mid February, and she upset, and Rosie was there as well, and she just said that, you know, something was said to her by a faculty member, and I knew that reporting, you know, was important and significant. I didn't know 2 things: what was said and the faculty member at that time. But I just knew that she needed a report if she was, you know, upset about it, and it was cause for concern that she needed to report or talk to an administrator, a proper administrator. And I didn't know exactly who she should go to. At first, we thought maybe the dean of students, but it was a different administrator. So yeah, we found the proper person for her to talk to, and we found the proper resources that she would have available for her. And I sent her an email with that information.
Okay. So when she was in the meeting, she seemed upset, or?
Yes. Yeah. So that was cause for concern enough for me, you know, to to get her the resources that she needs.
Okay. Those are all of my questions, so thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you. Angela, do you have questions for Dr. Webb?
No, sir, we do not.
All right. Dr. Webb, thank you for holding on and staying a little bit longer, and you can leave now, and I will call in the next witness.
Okay.
Kim Dixon, I don't see a microphone. I see a camera. You're in the room, but I don't hear you if you're speaking. Let's see.
No.
Kim, yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay.
You get
But
a
the
little bit of
video froze
feedback.
for some reason. I'm sorry. I don't know how to change that. I'm on my own.
All right. There, I can see you now.
Okay, I'm on my phone right now. So.
Now you're frozen.
Is it okay? Or?
I can hear you, but you're frozen. Now you're moving.
I'm
again.
moving in. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It may be my connection. I'm at the Bainbridge campus, and sometimes the connection can be a bit iffy. Is that okay, or do I need to try something else?
Go ahead. I think we'll try to make this work. Okay. Angela, would you like to go first, please? This is a witness for Dr. Vanzo.
Sure. Good morning, Kim.
I think she dropped.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost her. Let's see. I see the microphone and camera, but I don't hear or see her anymore.
Me or Angela?
Kim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
Okay.
Angela, go ahead and ask. We'll see if we can.
Okay. Kim, when did you first meet Dr. Vanzo?
Nearly 5 years ago, August of 2016.
Just keep going.
Okay. You've taken virtually every different course taught by Dr. Vanzo in the past few years, isn't that right?
With the exception of the geography class I taught this semester, yes.
Okay. You've also made some overnight trips with Dr. Vanzo to political science conferences in Savannah, isn't that right? Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost the microphone again.
I don't know what connection keeps coming in and out. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Last question I asked was, you've also made some overnight trips with Dr. Vanzo to political science conferences in Savannah, isn't that right?
Yes, 3.
Okay.
Wait, what was that tone of voice?
Have you ever witnessed Dr. Vanzo harassing or discriminating against someone either inside the classroom or anywhere else?
No, I have not.
Okay.
What's your evaluation of his character?
What is your evaluation of Dr. Vanzo's character?
I would say he's a good man. He's a great professor. He cares about his students, and he has done his job well.
Okay. I think that's all the questions that we have for you. Thank you, Kim.
Okay.
Thanks, Kim.
Aleyna,
You're
would
welcome.
you like to ask
You're welcome.
questions?
Yeah, I just have one question, which is, were you in Dr. Vanzo's classroom on November 9th, 2020 to watch this event take place?
No, I was not.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kim.
Get a-
Thank you very much
Can we
for
get a
holding
follow-up?
on. Pardon?
Sir, can I get a follow-up question?
You can't, but your advisor can ask a question.
Ask her if she remembers the interstate commerce 5-6 years ago.
Kim, do you remember the interstate commerce lecture 5 or 6 years ago?
It's a bit hazy, but yes, I do.
Okay. Oh.
Do you recall anyone? Have you ever heard of anyone being upset about that?
Have you heard of anyone being upset by that lecture?
No, I have not.
That's it.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank y'all. You're welcome, Dr. Vanzo.
All right. I never saw Kaylee Belk in the waiting room. I don't know. I keep checking my emails. I haven't seen anything from her.
I think that might be a mistake. I don't think that she's coming because she told me that she was not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Well, she got the invitation anyway. All right. We have reached a point where all the witnesses have had a chance to be interviewed and cross-examined. We've had our opening statements. We've had the cross-examination of the complaint and the respondent. We're a little bit later on our break, but we did catch up a little bit on some time. So my suggestion is now I'd suggested we come back at 1, but I'm going to propose that we come back at 1:30. And then we will have the complainant closing statement, the respondent closing statement, and then my closing of this hearing. Is there any objection to this timeline?
Dr. Baker, I've got a question first. In regards to Kaylee Belk, I called her as a hostile witness for cross-examination because she's the one student that I accused of slandering me. Did I understand correctly that if a witness does not show up, their evidence must be discounted by the hearing officer? If she does not make herself available for cross, is her testimony discounted?
It is discounted.
Okay, well, I'd like to note that I made repeated efforts to reach out to her, and I guess she just didn't want to face cross-examination.
That was her right to do so, but
Sure.
I take into consideration the testimony of the witnesses here today and your statement, the complainant's statement. But there are comments made in the report for which there is not a witness statement from them today. So that all of that gets discounted.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions before we take this break? All right. I'm not sure. I'm going to pause recording, but I'm not going to leave this meeting. So I think what you'll do is just come back and re-enter. I mean, if you leave now, you can re-enter later, but I'm not going to close the meeting out. I'm simply going to pause the recording and leave my meeting open at this time. I'll see you back at 1:30 for closing comments. Zoom. Okay, it's recording now. I guess I could put it on officially on the record for thanking the advisors for participating today. It was your assistance was important and helpful to me. So thank you. The next part of the order, I guess, is closing statements. First the complainant and then the respondent. And then I will close this for today. So if we're ready to proceed, I will start with Bethany Rentzes and her closing comments. You've got the floor, Bethany.
Thank you all for being here and listening to my testimony. I just want to close by cutting straight to the facts. On November 9th, Dr. Vanzo made an example of me as a pretty white girl experiencing sexual harassment. He made me feel called out, uncomfortable, and embarrassed, presumably to teach the rest of my classmates what it feels like to have a friend get sexually harassed. Aside from this objective making no real sense and going beyond the scope of the lesson, which was to teach gender discrimination's definition and history, it also did not benefit me. If Dr. Vanzo's aim is to elicit an emotional response from his students, then he succeeded. However, I had no words to describe my feeling until I heard the accusations against a prominent American politician, sexual harassment. If you know anything about ancient Greece, then you'll know they did not see the color blue. That's not because the color didn't exist, but because they didn't have a word for it. Just the same, I was unable to recognize what happened as harassment until the term's definition became clear to me. The weird feeling I had on November 9th was brought back but magnified. I was unable to look at my own teacher during class. I felt I had no choice but to drop his class, a hard decision considering I needed the class for my major. On top of that, my twin sister Rosie showed me a recording from her last day of Dr. Vanzo's class this semester where he says, and I quote the video, "I got a complaint from this class." He said this to the entire class, and since then, I've heard people gossiping about the event and speculating who filed a complaint. Considering I was the only person to drop the class, I imagine it will be easy for my classmates to connect the dots. The fact that my fellow classmates may figure out I filed a complaint has caused me immense anxiety. I also want to add that I genuinely do not remember meeting Valerie Bainan at the John Ossoff rally. There would be no reason for me to lie about this, given that sharing a few pleasantries with a stranger at a rally wouldn't disprove that I was affected by Dr. Vanzo's comment in class. So, in summary, due to sexual harassment by a professor, I was made uncomfortable enough to drop a class I needed. I cannot say what kind of punishment this incident warrants, but I do firmly believe it should be recognized as what it is: unacceptable, line-crossing behavior that more than meets the definition of sexual harassment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. Dr. Vanzo.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me begin by once again apologizing, first of all, to you, Bethany. I'm dreadfully sorry that you feel this pain. I don't know what the determination of this hearing will be, but in my mind, I'll never believe that I traumatized you. I think there's more going on than what occurred in my class last November. And I'm telling you this out of love and empathy for a fellow human being. I hope you get a second opinion. I don't think you should rest your mental health on however capable Counselor Anderson is. I think you need perhaps to talk to a licensed professional who can adequately treat what's going on. Sir, I also want to mention once again that I do feel my due process right to defense was shortchanged in the investigatory phase. I think that ABAC needs a faculty handbook to put everything out in black and white and make things transparent and easily available. And I would also suggest, sir, and maybe I'm slow behind the curve, but I think we need some professional development for our faculty to keep up with current standards of classroom behavior. I was talking maybe a few weeks ago to Dr. Webb, and we were talking about how, gee, you know, things that were totally okay to say in class 5 years ago, you can't say today. You know, you'll get in trouble for saying today. And we're seeing such fast tectonic shifts in what's acceptable. What you said 5 months ago may not be acceptable today. So, you know, I almost surely need training and some professional development, but I think all the faculty need some updating, because the law is changing and the standards for classroom behavior are changing rapidly. The third thing I'd like to do is, I was reading the back of my cereal box while I was eating lunch, and I read a item from the U.S. Department of Education 470-71, and I'm quoting, the department understands that research shows that even less severe forms of sexual harassment may cause negative outcomes for those who experience it. The department, the U.S. Department of Education, the department believes, however, that severity and pervasiveness are needed elements to ensure that Title IX's non-discrimination mandate does not punish verbal conduct in a manner that chills and restricts speech and academic freedom, and that recipients are not held responsible for controlling every stray offensive remark that passes between members of the recipient's community. And lastly, I don't know how this hearing will turn out. I don't know if it's moot. I don't know if I'll ever be able to be allowed in a classroom again, but I've already instituted a program of self-improvement that would mitigate almost all of the issues that arose during this hearing. And this sounds crazy, but you know, Bethany, if you would like to help me with an improvement plan, if you could get over your issue with me, maybe we could work through a third party. I don't know, but I would actually welcome your input very much on how to improve my classroom behavior. I hope you understand my heart's in the right place. I might be a little old-fashioned, but I'm hoping that my classroom behavior is like the little irritating grain of sand that hopefully will help you become a pearl someday. And I hope you will help me improve too. And just want to thank everyone involved, and that's all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Vanzo. With no further witnesses to call, this will conclude this Title IX hearing regarding John Vanzo on May 20th, 2021. I'd like to thank everyone for their participation today. John Vanzo and Bethany Rentz will receive notification regarding the decision of this hearing and sanctions, if applicable, via university email, typically within 3 business days. That would be, since tomorrow's not technically a business day for ABAC in our summer schedule, I'm looking at having everything back to you via email next week, Thursday, which would be after the 3 business days. Maybe earlier, but I do have to submit everything, my notes, well, not my handwritten notes, but I do have to write a summary, submit that up to the attorneys, and have some conversations with them early next week. And I'm setting all that up so that I can get that done. And I do want to let you know that I want to conclude this as quickly as I can. I really do appreciate the questions and the opportunity to hear more, to hear from both of you. And I think it was important to hear the witnesses as well. And this is a very difficult decision, and I want to get it right. So I'm going to be spending the next few days thinking through a lot of the things that I've written down, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a great rest of the day and a good weekend.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to stop the recording now.